Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular council meeting for the 25th of January, 2022. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. You have an agenda before you. I suggest we remove item 12.1 due to time constrictions. Any further additions or deletions? Seeing none, I look for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Swanson, thank you. All those in favor? And that is carried. Adoption of the minutes. I trust you've had a chance to review those minutes. Are there any errors, omissions, deletions? Seeing none, I look for a motion to adopt the minutes. Councillor Milhoff, any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That brings us to item 4.1, and that is a public hearing. So with that, I shall call the public hearing to order at I have 8:59 on my clock, so that's when I shall call it to order. I will just outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves, their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, the council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then, anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before I turn it over to staff for the background report, I'll just take a moment for introductions, and I'll start with myself. I'm Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve, and Chair of this hearing, and then I'll pass to my left to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Jose Reyes, Director of Planning and Development.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services and Deputy CAO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Planner, Clearwater County.
Good morning, I'm Ken Crowley. I'm with my wife Jill. We're the applicants for the rezoning.
Morning, Bob Hagsma, Alberta Land Surveyor, representing the Crowleys on this.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1.
Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, George Northcott, Division 4 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
And thank you and welcome everyone. To start off, Dustin Bisson, our planner, will outline the background to the application.
Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Good morning, Council. The proposed application involves 3 titles of land on the Northeast 2839-7. Ken and Jill Crowley hold title to Plan 4142 containing 5.53 acres, zone country residence agricultural. Carson and Donna Stewart hold title to Plan 902-1238 Block 1 Lot 1 containing 2.43 acres, zone country residence. And the town of Rocky Mountain House holds title to 56.17 acres zoned institutional. And that is the Northeast 2839-7, west of the 5th, or North Saskatchewan River Park. Ken and Jill have made application with the support of the above-mentioned landowners to redesignate 2.01 acres of Plan 4142 from country residence agricultural to institutional. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, they will apply for a boundary adjustment to consolidate the 2.01 acres of institutional district from Plan 4142 AR with the Northeast 2839-7, which is North Saskatchewan River Park owned by the town. Secondly, the applicants are proposing to redesignate 16.03 acres of the Northeast 2839-7 west of the 5th from institutional to country residence agricultural. And lastly, to redesignate 0.02 acres of Plan 902-1238 Block 1 Lot 1 from country residence to country residence agricultural. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will also apply for a combined subdivision and boundary adjustment to consolidate the remaining 3.52 acres of Plan 4142 AR with the 16.03 acres of the Northeast 2839-7 designated CRA and the 0.02 acres of Plan 902-1238. The proposal will be to subdivide the 19.57 acre CRA parcel into 4 separate CRA parcels. The quarter section is located half a mile west of the town of Rocky Mountain House, adjacent to the north boundary of North Saskatchewan River Park. The subject property does fall within the plan area of the Intermunicipal Development Plan, as well as the North Saskatchewan River Park Development Concept Master Plan. The property can be accessed from Range Road 7-3A, adjacent to the northeast property boundary of Plan 4142 AR. There are no buildings located on any of the lands subject to the rezoning portion of this application. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed land use amendment and the subdivision to follow. The applicants are present as well as their representative surveyor. Planning direction, Clearwater County's MDP, guiding principle 3.2 part 3, just deals with land use compatibility. Policy 6.2.1, the rural residential development. Clearwater County recognizes that rural residential development will be required to accommodate future growth. And of course, we want to see it located appropriately and make sure that it's compatible with the adjacent lands. 6.2.2, except for a first residential parcel or a fragmented parcel, rural residential subdivision shall first be redesignated to an applicable country residential land use district. 6.2.4, the county shall require that rural residential developments have legal and physical access, sufficient developable area, a water table at a depth of at least 2 meters, and serviced in accordance with provincial regulations. 6.2.10, traditional multi-lot residential subdivisions may be approved on lands within and we're looking at Part F on this one, which is a plan adopted pursuant to 62.21. Policy 6211, country residential parcels shall meet the following size requirements. And in this case, because they're looking at CRA zoning, that shall fall within 3.6 and 5 acres in size. 6.2.21, Clearwater County may undertake or require to be undertaken a study of an area to have considered the potential for rural residential development. The study shall address the potential for residential development, identify the forms of residential subdivision, including parcel size, methods when it comes to water and wastewater servicing, It shall also recognize that the forms of residential development that are appropriate and recommend a statutory plan or non-statutory plan that should be used to implement the recommendations, and the forms of public consultation required as part of the preparation of the plan. Policy 9.2 Part 92.10, through the subdivision process, the county, this just covers a list of provisions through the subdivision process that county public works could require, for instance, road widening and approach construction guidelines. 92.15, development shall meet provincial standards when it comes to water and wastewater services. 92.21, there should be sufficient groundwater, and it shall not, the development should not unduly affect groundwater users in the area. 9.2.22, other means of water supply or ancillary water supply could be accepted if it's acceptable by the county. 11.2.21, when it comes to the redesignation of subdivisions for a large multi-lot subdivision, the county may require an area structure plan be adopted or an outline plan be adopted. 11.2.22, the ASP or outline plan may address the following: site suitability, traffic impacts, fire provisions, just to name a few. 12.2.3, the county could require the preparation by a qualified engineer any of the following studies: a geotechnical study, a traffic impact study, water supply study, stormwater management plan, and any other plan that any other study or plan required by the county. 12.2.4, the county will consider the following when evaluating the redesignation of or subdivision application: impact on adjoining land uses, impact on the natural capital, impact on the environment, road requirements, county responsibilities, Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Development Plan, Policy 5.2.1. Residential use may be considered in the rural policy area in accordance with the county's MDP. 5.2.2, the rural policy area, the location design standard for residential subdivision shall be based on the county's MDP. 5.2.5, subdivision development for residential purposes within the rural policy area shall be preceded by the preparation and adoption of an ASP or outline plan as required under the respective municipalities' MDP. 5.6.1, private and public recreational facilities shall be may be considered within the rural policy area. 5.6.2, the town shall continue to explore and implement ways of providing services to area residents. 8.2.2, each municipality shall refer to the other all proposals when it comes to land use amendments within the plan area. 8.2.3, each municipality shall have at least 30 days to review and comment on any such proposals. North Saskatchewan River Park Development Concept Master Plan. 5.4.7, the Northern Panhandle is highly suited for the grouped country residential subdivision. It is adjacent to existing residential parcels, including the Finger agricultural parcel, which essentially serves as a country residential lot. They do note in that study that the south end is fairly low and wet. The area can accommodate up to 4 or 5 country residential parcels. Joint access should be a consideration of any subdivision, and fire suppression or a development footprint should be established for each parcel being created. Moving into the county's land use bylaw, section 13.44, I've listed the general purpose of the country residence ag district. 13.44C just goes over the acceptable lot sizes. 13.4 Part 9 is the institutional district and the general purpose of that district. And 13.49C is the acceptable lot sizes, which fall between 2.5 and 10 acres in size unless it's approved by the Development Authority. Policy considerations. The subject property is located outside of the long-term town boundary identified in the Rocky Clearwater IDP. The main purpose of the portion of the land to be rezoned institutional will be to consolidate it with the lands that make up North Saskatchewan River Park. The land proposed to be rezoned to country residence agricultural is to allow for the creation of 4 residential parcels, which was identified in the River Park Master Plan. The rezoning to CRA will allow access to the proposed properties from Range Road 7-3A. The Town of Rocky Mountain House has been notified and have provided comments regarding this proposal. And finally, as per the county's MDP policies, the county believes that the River Park Master Plan constitutes a plan adopted pursuant to 6.2.21. First reading at the regular council meeting held on December 14th, 2021. Council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 1114-21. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspaper, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing today, Council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to Bylaw 1114-21. Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bisson. I would ask at this time if Council has any questions of the Development Officer. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Will our paving project that we have planned along River Road be a contributing factor, affect this at all?
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Melhoff. In regard to that, Public Works has sent a list of comments, which we'll get to in the referral period, or referral section. But they have identified the area adjacent to Plan 4142 AR, which is this area just up in here. They would like to see that taken for road widening. That's the only thing that they've noted as part of this.
Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I have a couple of questions. You mentioned joint access to these lots rather than having 4 separate approaches. Is that something that's being considered?
Absolutely. That will be something that will be dealt with at the subdivision stage. But as of right now, there are currently 2 accesses into this property. There's one at the far north end. That will be a joint access with this quarter section here. There's also an access basically where this yellow dot is. That's already an existing access. That'll access proposed lot 1. And then kind of in the middle in this area here, there will be a joint access to lots 2 and 3, and that'll be a joint access as well.
Yes. Okay.
So that's all being considered.
All right. Thank you. My other question is what's the risk level to further riverbank erosion there where we might need to move that road further west?
That wasn't something that the Public Works had brought up as a concern, but it's certainly something that we could discuss with them.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you. Any further questions of the Development Officer? Seeing none, at this time I invite the Development Officer to present any comments received from referral agencies.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Blue Mountain Power Co-op had no objection to the proposal, as well as TELUS Communication. AHS recognized that the proposal appears to have minimal risk to public health. They included their recommended setbacks out of the Public Health Act, and that would be dealing with things like septic and water services. Alberta Transportation, the proposed land use bylaw amendment falls within the control distance of a provincial highway. Any proposed future development, future country residential lots may require a traffic impact assessment for the impacts to Highway 11 to the north and Highway 11A intersection to the south. The town of Rocky Mountain House, at this time, the town sees no conflict with the proposed amendment to the land use bylaw. There's no concern or objection to this application. Clearwater Regional Fire, they had no concerns. Any buildings constructed on the properties would need to follow any code requirements at the time of construction. Public Works Operations had no concerns. They require lots 2 and 3 to have a shared approach off of Range Road 7-3A. Proposed Lot 1 already has a naturally sharing approach with Lot 1, Block 1. Lot 4, which is at the north end of the property, will have to have a joint approach with the 20-meter wide access right-of-way at the north end of the property. Public Works Infrastructure, they had no objection. They do require that 5.18 meters be taken as road widening along Plan 4142 AR for future acquisition of land. And then finally, the Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on January 19th, 2022. MPC recommends that Council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the subject land use bylaw amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. At this point in time, I would ask if the applicants would like to speak to the proposal and add any comments in support of their request and to respond to agency comments.
I guess that it kind of came about, we love the area, living there, and we've been trying to purchase that land for about 25 years or 20 years. And our first attempt was with a TransAlta Utilities when they were leasing it to Diamond J, and he was finishing up his gravel operation. And we made a verbal agreement, and then I guess the town approached them, and they thought it would be in public interest to sell it to the town rather than to us. So we let that go for several years and then dealt with the town on purchasing this particular 13 acres. And it wasn't for sale, and then it came up to be surplus land not too long ago, and that's when we made an offer to purchase it. And the intent is basically to have a couple of our children be able to build houses on acreages down.
Okay. Thank you for that. At this time, I would ask if there are any comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. And seeing none, I would check with the development officer if there are any written submissions in favor of the request.
No written submissions in favor of the proposal were received.
Okay, thank you. I guess at this time, I would invite any comment from a member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. Seeing none, I would check with the development officer if there were any written submissions opposing the request.
No written submissions in opposition to the proposal were received.
Thank you for that. I guess one last chance for the applicant to present any final remarks or comments they would like to present.
No, nothing I can think of.
I can give a little bit of background to this. Actually, I was on council when the town purchased the land from TransAlta. And at that time, we thought that it would be a good idea to do exactly what we're doing today. Now, that was about 20 years ago now. And we approached Mr. Crowley or the Crowleys and kind of brokered a deal between the town and them to do this. But then things just didn't happen and they kind of fell off the radar. So finally, when this came due, the Crowleys have been looking forward to this for 20-plus years, and it's time to do it. It's a no-brainer. It's a win-win for both the North Saskatchewan River Park and the Crowleys and the area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess at this point, thank you very much for attending the hearing this morning, everyone in attendance. I can convey my appreciation for you being here. With that, I shall close the hearing at, I'm just checking time here. I'll go off the clock on the wall, 9:26. And no motions will be entertained at this time. So that brings us to item number 5, or 5.1, and that is consideration of second and third readings of Bylaw 1114/21 and application number 0221 to amend the land use bylaw. So we do have a staff recommendation, but I'll go across the floor to Mr. Bisson for some background information on this item.
Yeah, so I'll just really keep it brief. We've gone over the proposal for you today. Upon the considerations that you've heard during the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1114-21. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I guess looking for a motion for a second reading. Looking for that motion. Councillor Ratcliffe? Okay, any further discussion on second reading? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And I'm looking for a motion for third reading. Again, Councillor Swanson, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And thank you again.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, council.
So we're running a little bit ahead of time, a schedule here. We'll go to 7.1. So if you go down to 7.1, and that is a change of the regular council meeting time. And just bear with me as I fold through my I put everything on nice neat tabs, but I don't write enough on it, so bear with me as I get to that item. What was the page number? 215. That's way down in the stack, that's why I'm struggling. We have some rather lengthy items on our, or lengthy presentation, so bear with me as I fold through a couple hundred pages here. Yes, absolutely. There we go, other side. Sorry for your indulgence here. So I guess I will turn this across to Tracy for this, or Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Good morning, council. Staff recommendation regarding this item is that council reschedules the February 8th, 2022 regular meeting to start at 1 p.m. to accommodate council's attendance at the municipal engagement session on the Alberta Provincial Police Service Transition Study with the Department of Justice and Solicitor General. Background on this item: on the morning of February 8th, 2022, council is registered to attend the Department of Justice Solicitor General's municipal engagement session on the findings of the Alberta Provincial Police Service Transition Study. To help prepare for this session, council attended a town hall meeting with Rural Municipalities of Alberta, or RMA, on January 6th. As this session conflicts with council's regular meeting that was scheduled to start at 9 a.m. as per Resolution 363-2021, passed at the 2021 organizational meeting, a motion to change the time of this regularly scheduled meeting to 1 p.m. is required. Administration will notify the public of the change as per the Municipal Government Act legislation and the county's meeting procedures bylaw.
Okay. Thank you. So there is a staff recommendation that council reschedules the February 8th, 2022 regular meeting to start at 1 p.m. to accommodate council's attendance. Looking for a motion to that respect. Councillor Graham, any further discussion on that item? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried.
Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you. And that takes us to 7.2, which is appointment of an interim chief administrative officer. Flip the sheet here. And for this, I guess I will turn it across the floor again.
Thank you, Reeve. Again, the recommendation here is that council appoint myself, Murray Hagan, as interim chief administrative officer as established by Clearwater County Bylaw 1049/18 for a term effective January 19th, 2022 until a new chief administrative officer is appointed by council. Background on this item: Chief Administrative Officer or CAO position is vacant as of January 19th, 2022 due to Christopher Reed's resignation. Recruitment of a new CAO is underway. However, it is anticipated the process could take 2 to 3 months. Council appointed myself, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services, as Deputy CAO effective May 22nd, 2018. Although Council appointed a Deputy CAO, wording in the CAO position bylaw 1049 is specific to the absence of the CAO rather than the vacancy of the position. Therefore, it is recommended to appoint an interim CAO to meet legislative requirements in the MGA, Section 205, subsection 2. Bylaw 1049 is attached for Council's review.
Thank you. So again, looking for a motion through the staff recommendation that council appoint Murray Hagan as interim chief administrative officer as established by Clearwater County Bylaw. Again, looking for that motion. Councillor Swanson, thank you very much. Further discussion on that motion. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious if it's standard practice to backdate a motion, and if, like, because we're backdating it to January 19th, is that's standard?
If I may ask a question.
Please.
We're suggesting that backdating for consistency with the appointment of Mr. Reed as CAO. As the previous council members may recall, the prior council appointed Mr. Reed at the first meeting following the June 1st start date when he actually started, just so that the documentation covers the time period. So I've been performing the duty of an acting CAO since Mr. Reed's departure, and this is really just to connect the dots and show continuity through that period.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions?
Can I ask a follow-up?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. We haven't had the opportunity to really have the conversation with you at all if this is actually a position that you would like to undertake, and or if there was anybody else that was interested in the position, or et cetera. We really haven't had the opportunity to have this conversation with yourself or our HR manager to see really anything. I don't know if that's something that we need to look at doing. Like, we don't know how long this process is going to take to find another CAO. And I know that your portfolio is already extremely large.
That's certainly a conversation that council's entitled to have. From my perspective, I've covered the position before as interim, before Mr. Reed was brought on and appointed as CAO. I see it as my responsibility to help cover that gap as my responsibility as a deputy CAO. I've certainly offered to council my willingness and capability to cover that position in the interim. But to be clear, it is entirely council's decision as to who they would like to appoint for an interim CAO, and I would respect that decision.
And Councillor Swanson.
Yes, from the past council, I can say that I think the process of 2 to 3 months is a proper timeline for us to find a replacement. And I believe Mr. Hagan would respectfully come to council if he found that the position was getting to be too much. But knowing what I've known from the past, I think Mr. Hagan can support us and still manage his portfolio.
And I just might comment before I go to Councillor Graham. Absolutely, I agree with Councillor Swanson. I think Mr. Hagan is apt and capable and willing to help us through the process here in the interim. And I believe that if there was ever a moment that he felt we needed additional resources or a change, that he would come forward with that, and we could, as a council, decide a different line of action as well. Councillor Graham.
I guess I would just like to echo what Reeve Lougheed and Councillor Swanson said. I fully trust Mr. Hagan with his abilities and think he would do a great job.
Any further discussion? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yes, looking at the number of open CAO positions on several websites, I fear this could be more like a 6-month process, and loading 2 full-time jobs or more than full-time jobs on one person could be asking too much.
And Mr. Hagan, I know your light's been on. If you'd like to comment, I know you're fully aware of the complexities of your roles here, and maybe if you can share anything with us, that would be terrific.
Absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the feedback. I certainly would keep council informed as to how things are progressing, how the workload is being managed. One of the things that makes me comfortable in accepting this role, should council offer it to me on an interim basis, is the team that I have supporting me. We work very well together, and we've got each other's backs, and we help share that workload, as well as my team within corporate services as well. I have very capable managers there who can handle things very well, and our communication between us is excellent. So I'm comfortable going forward, but certainly, as Councillor Ratcliffe rightly points out, if this window seems to be extending further, I would intend to have further discussion with council as to their comfort level going forward and the time horizon as well. So I'm here to help, I'm here to support, and I'll turn it back to council.
Thank you for that. And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Oh, just I support the other councillors' comments, and you've had quite a few years to accept. Like in 2018, you accepted the role of deputy CAO, so you haven't stepped out of that role. I think you have a pretty good understanding of the rules, regulations, and the duties that are required, and you've had quite a few years to sort of change your mind. And if you're still accepting, I'd support that as well.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That takes us to the end of item 7. To utilize our time, would it be possible to go into the CAO report, item 9? The rest of them, I believe, are all bookended with appointment times. So if that would be possible, Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Would council prefer that I go through this verbatim or touch on the highlights and answer any questions?
Sorry, I didn't. Highlights would be fine. Please go ahead.
Certainly. First item in the report, the Alberta Coordinated Action for Recycling Enterprises abbreviated as CARE 2022. Spring seminar takes place on February 23rd to 25th in Lethbridge. Should councillors wish to attend, a motion to authorize councillors' attendance is required.
Okay. Is there any interest in attending that? We can make a motion to, yes, Councillor Swanson.
We do have administration that do attend this particular conference, do we not?
I believe we do, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Again, it's a 3-day commitment of time, so ultimately, you know, if there was an interest within council, but seeing there's no interest, I think we can move on to the next point.
Okay, thank you. Administration is meeting with 13 Ways Incorporated, facilitator for council's strategic planning session as directed by council at the recent strategic planning session. We'll be meeting with them on Thursday, January 27th to begin preliminary planning and scheduling for the session. And again, this session is to develop council's formal strategic planning document for the next 4 years. Third item, Government of Alberta is further studying the potential transition to an Alberta Provincial Police Service, as mentioned in a previous agenda item this morning. We'll hold engagement sessions, first with municipal, Indigenous governments, law enforcement organizations, public safety partners, such as victim services organizations, rural crime watch groups. Public engagement will follow by way of a survey in early 2022. National Police Federation is hosting a Keep Alberta RCMP community engagement tour across small and mid-sized municipalities throughout the province. Note these sessions are not the official engagement sessions being hosted by the Government of Alberta and are rather intended to provide information to participants from the NPF. An evolving list of dates, times, locations for the first 2 phases is available here. Meetings are open to the public and each registration is limited to 2 ticket holders. And the last item on the report, Infrastructure Treasury Board and Finance Minister recently announced the passing of the Infrastructure Accountability Act and the release of the Building Forward Alberta's 20-year capital strategic plan. Back in July of 2020, Council provided stakeholder input by participating in the province's infrastructure planning engagement survey and submitting a letter with additional comments on the proposed act.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the acting CAO? Mr. Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. This question isn't about what you presented. We were expecting a kind of workshop update on Nordegg early this year, and I'm wondering if there is a proposed date or kind of timeline on when that might happen.
Those details are being currently worked out. Tracy Lynn is lending assistance to planning on that. Do you have an update on those dates yet? Have they been confirmed? Tentatively February 18th is what we're looking at right now.
Excellent, thank you.
Any further questions? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to accept the report for information. Deputy Reeve Northcott. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. I'm just trying to utilize our time here. Is there enough time for the capital project status update? Or Mr. Hagan?
I believe there is, Reeve. I notice that Director Haggard is here. You may want to take a look at the item involving the CRFRS capital budget update, which is item 8.2. So I'll leave it to your discretion where you would like to go next.
Well, since we have this fine delegation with us, we might as well utilize their time and by all means. So this would be item 8, I believe, then 8.2. And that's an update of CRFRS capital budget items. And I shall turn the floor over to Ms. Haggard.
Good morning, Reeve Lougheed and members of council. This item is before you just as an update for Clearwater County Council on where we're at in the process in one of our Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services capital budget items, specifically Unit 604, which is an aerial truck. And just for the background, I'll go through that with council at this time. Clearwater County Administration and from Fire Services met with the Town of Rocky Mountain House Council last week at their January 18th meeting at the request of their CAO. As during the town's budget deliberations, additional information was requested specific to this one piece of apparatus. Unit 604 is used by the Regional Fire Service and is housed in the Rocky Mountain House Fire Station. The unit has exceeded its usable life cycle of 20 years and would be replaced in accordance with the fleet management strategy. The cost share in the apparatus is a 50-50 between the town and the county, just for background on the specifics of how it's funded. And normally, a discussion of this nature would have been referred to the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee in accordance with the Intermunicipal Fire Rescue Services Agreement, which was signed in 2020. It's a 5-year agreement. For several reasons, this meeting was expedited and brought to the Town of Rocky Mountain House Council directly for further information. One of the reasons was that the ICC met and discussed the CRFRS budget and had a thorough presentation related to 604 in December on the 13th when they had their ICC meeting. And the ICC approved unanimously to recommend the operating and capital budgets for approval to the respective councils at that time. Then Clearwater County Council subsequently approved the $1.8 million purchase of 604 in their 2022 capital budget on December 21st in accordance with the ICC's recommendation. Other reasons include the fact that a significant amount of time went into speccing the 604 unit, all which occurred in 2021 through the work of one of our great committees, which is the Apparatus and Equipment Committee. And for council's information, just background on how that committee makeup is structured, there's 2 members from each of our 5 fire stations, so a group of 10, plus our chief officers, all putting time into that speccing process. And budgetary estimates were based on quotes received in the timeframe in 2021 and based on the spec that was developed by that committee in anticipation of a January purchase order after subsequent approvals, of course. And then lastly, administration was recently made aware of some inflationary cost increases that began on February 1st of 2022, which would impact the cost of this unit by about 7.7%. Certainly, if we waited till after that, it would exceed that $1.8 million budget. So in an effort to be fiscally responsible, not incur any inflationary costs, it was administration's desire to begin that procurement process by the end of January to avoid any extra costs. So we met with the town council and presented with the rationale that additional detail in terms of the need for the truck at its current spec and current budget recommendation. But following that presentation to Town Council, administration received an email from the Chief Administrative Officer indicating that the town decided to approve a $1.2 million expenditure on the truck. Again, that same 50-50 cost share would apply in that case. So we kind of put us in a little bit of a pickle. So fire administration can now no longer proceed with the procurement as we had planned as part of the process to order by the end of January. And wishes council's endorsement in requesting a further intermunicipal collaboration committee meeting to discuss this aerial unit and the total budget for the unit for the following reasons. Under the agreement, the decision to amend the budget should come from the ICC to the respective councils for approvals. So we're kind of out of step with that process. But also, we want to be consistent and make sure that both councils are on the same page when it comes to the budget decision before we actually make the procurement process proceed. A budget amendment from the county may be required subsequently, depending on what the county's position is on the 604 replacement. And although the town council supported the need for apparatus 604, administration still does not feel the budget of 1.2 will be sufficient to order that aerial apparatus in alignment with the service needs nor the town's intent from their discussion. So I know we've had subsequent conversation with the CAO when we were asked for a budget to replace the apparatus 604 with the exact replica of what we had, not having specific quotes. We gave a ballpark of 1.2 to 1.5, and that would be a carbon copy replacement. We left the room. Further discussion was had about the safety features, which were discussed as part of fire staff's presentation, which was a very comprehensive presentation. And they added those on and then said, do it for 1.2 million. So unfortunately, at this point, we're saying that's not gonna be enough money. So we think the ICC needs to take a full look at this again. And we're here to answer any questions that you have related to the agreement, the ICC meeting discussion, or the budget, or the unit, whatever council wishes. So I'll turn the floor back to you, Reeve, please.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to open the floor up for questions from council. And Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. So I did watch that particular presentation, and so I guess for me, I agree with you, the process has been a bit broken in determining the ordering of this unit. And there were some good points made in regards to the safety of our citizens with this as well. And so I'm kind of taking it from a safety point of view and a money point of view as well. What is the standard practice when we order a new unit? I mean, it's gonna be 400 days out before we get it. We usually take it, once we get the new unit, change it over, we auction it, correct? It goes out for auction, and what would that possible amount be?
So the historical, the last 2 or 3 years, as we've been working with our vendor, has been that we go through the entire procurement process, get the truck specified, come up with a defined price, have that truck on order. As we get closer to that delivery day, then we work negotiations with the vendor to say, are you able to take this truck as basically a payment towards that truck to reduce that cost? Because the fleet mechanics through Scott could take that truck to auction and we could get whatever the auction value could be. We had 2 trucks in the last little while that one, we were able to net out about $35,000 for that engine, where going to auction, we might have only got 15 to 20. We had a tender that there was issues with that it, again, beyond the life cycle of the truck, would need significant work. Again, we were able to get about 10,000 for that truck versus auction, which again is the unknown. But we're not usually able to negotiate what that price would be until closer to delivery time of the new truck, based upon what that new truck actually, or the old truck looks like at that time. I've reached out to the vendor, but again, because of all the short notice, I haven't been able to get a price back from them as to what they're seeing that used aerial ladder trucks would go for at this point, sorry.
Okay, subsequent?
Supplementary, please.
I guess where I was hoping that maybe there would be a dollar figure attached, because it would, for me, it would be like if we could get, I don't know, 50,000, 60,000 from the new aerial truck, and I'm just pie skying in the air, and I have no idea that maybe that would be, as a council on our side, say, okay, we guarantee that we will make sure that there's $60,000 or whatever that number may be. As a council, we decide that the difference, whatever that sale price is, we would ensure that that money would be there as a council. So if we say 60 or 50 and they only get 35, we would make up on our side the difference of 15. So anyways, it's a suggestion as I was reading this. And again, going back to the comment about, I would support ensuring that we allow our the ordering in this short term, like to have the order on, and I realize we're out of process by skipping the ICC meeting, but I see this as a need and it can't wait.
Ms. Haggard, please, and then I'll go to Councillor
Okay.
Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I didn't want to jump in front of a councillor. Just in terms of Councillor Swanson's comments, I just wanted to add 2 things, and maybe Director Hagan can jump in if he says I'm offside. Typically, when we have an apparatus, we'll use a $500,000 fire truck, for instance. If we get a $40,000 trade-in value for the one we're replacing, that doesn't go back, like we can't order a $540,000 fire truck generally. So that would just be a little bit outside of our practice, just to be clear the way you described it. We still order a $500,000 fire truck. That $40,000 revenue would come and offset the partnership invoices that go to the 3 municipalities in the regional service. The other one I wanted to mention is we're outside of the ICC process, probably at administration's fault, because we were looking to try and get the decision-making as quickly as we could from the respective municipalities so we could go through with procurement. We certainly asked for the ICC meeting, but then when the timeframe shortened up with the inflationary costs on February 1st, that was why we went outside the process. So I just want to make sure the blame is over on this side of the table. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go to Councillor Melhoff. Did you want to hear Mr. Hagan's comment first? We can do that as
It's probably in
well.
conjunction with all of that, and then I will.
I'm sure.
Sure, thank you, Reeve. I support Councillor Director Haggard's comments. We do try and treat them as two separate transactions. They are complementary, no question, but we do try and track the purchase of one piece of our apparatus separately from any sort of proceeds on sale or trade-in of the previous apparatus as well, and that's for the intent of transparency. I would suggest that council consider the risk that guarantee might pose to the county, albeit that the dollars are not terribly significant, but it is a risk to be considered. And given that we're typically not expecting a significant amount of residual value out of the old piece of equipment, I would suggest that I'm not sure that it's going to go very far to alleviate the town of Rocky Mountain House's concerns, because we're talking essentially of a $300,000 difference between what they've approved and what we believe the new apparatus is going to cost. So I don't think that will go very far. My last point is just to echo what Director Haggard said in terms of the process, but also the agreement. This would be completely outside the agreement to look at this, and this agreement is young, and I would caution council to consider the implications of setting precedent of acting outside the agreement going forward.
Thank you very much. I might just comment before I go to Councillor Melhoff. In my experience in the fire service, quite often the trade-in truck is really just a salvage value, and it really has very little chance for a second purpose, especially those specialized vehicles. There just isn't a second life for them. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I just first wanted to comment on the director's comments on that you are out of process. I disagree. I feel that the step out of the ICC agreement was actually the town. We agreed at ICC, at that meeting, we all agreed on the 1.8. That's not you stepping out of it, the town stepped out of that agreement. And I see it as a huge step away from what we all came together to do a stronger together agreement. We agreed it at ICC, the step out was the town. And that's extremely unfortunate because any change or any questioning of that truck should have happened at that ICC meeting. If there was a problem with the ordering of that truck or what they wanted, they should have discussed that at ICC so we all could do it. Doing that here, I don't feel that that is your fault. That was put onto you by them stepping outside of the agreement. What does it look like? This may be a question for interim CAO. If we were to go outside that agreement and approve this truck, so we save the $140,000, and then we end up going back to ICC for breach of agreement, what does that process look like?
Mr. Hagan.
I would suggest council consider that very carefully, because beyond the dollar impact, the financial impact of this, what is going to be the impact of the relationships between the town and the county going forward? I would suggest that's probably as significant, if not more significant, than the dollar difference that we're looking at here.
And I have a couple of lights on. I'm going to go to Mr. Ratcliffe first.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. My question is about the impact, the functional impact of this change in going to a less capable unit. I wonder if you can elaborate a little on what that would mean. I'm guessing that this would entirely affect the town, as that we wouldn't normally need that capability for a rural response.
So the truck is actually a dual tri-purpose, of course, the village as well. But so the village of Caroline, we have this truck slated that if we have structure fires in the village or even in Nordegg, at the lodge in Nordegg, that truck would be going to that. Any of the larger buildings in the village, Pioneer Store, the Caroline Supply Store, those types of buildings would act, the hub, would, absolutely benefit from the use of this truck. And in the county as well, we have the Badurni Subdivision. We have out at Bunch Welding, we have a number of large facilities down by the James River, the new greenhouse elements grow facility. All of those buildings are basically hinged upon us being able to do operations with this type of an apparatus. So it is significantly to the county's advantage to have this truck as well. The difference between the truck that we had proposed at that 1.8 million versus the 1.2, again, there's multiple factors in that, but the current truck, the highlights is that it has a 75-foot stick, and we're looking at a 100-foot stick difference, so that extra 25 feet of reach. And part of that is for setback and distance away from the building that the fire truck could operate from to be able to do that. And the height elevation to the buildings. So again, for the town specific, we talked about River Road, that most of the buildings that are along those residential houses on River Road, we cannot reach with that current truck that we have. And so now take that to commercial buildings like out in the Badurni Subdivision where you have bigger buildings with potential larger fire volumes in those buildings. We'd like to keep that truck further away from the building to minimize potential damage from that. And or then taller buildings as we talked about, and their director of planning spoke of, in the current building code, you're allowed 6-story buildings of wood construction. And we'll never reach that with a 75-foot stick. Even at the 100-foot, it's probably a challenge if we'd even be able to do that. But why handcuff us for future development, capabilities with even residential? So the reach of the 100 feet is a key part. Another key part to that truck is the bucket at the top of the stick. Again, we're working with just a straight stick currently, and what we're looking at is from that safety perspective is to put a bucket at the top of the stick so two firefighters could safely work up there and do a rescue of a potential victim. Again, it's psychological of somebody coming from a building into the bucket. If you've got 2 firefighters to help them, it's easier. A lot more safety factors built in for the public and for our firefighters by having that bucket at the top, which we don't have now. And one of the other third big ones was the current truck has 2 stabilizers at the back of the truck. So in Rocky, being that it's a hilly nature, we can only come from the bottom of town up in any given street in town because of the way the truck levels itself out with the stabilizers at the back. So if we had to, because of weather conditions, fire conditions, previous trucks into any fire, come down at a nose down into a position, we couldn't use our ladder truck as it is because it doesn't have the stabilization capabilities to be able to do that. So we're looking at having 4 stabilizers to be able to level the truck out evenly to then be able to operate the stick. And all of those things, and multiple more of course, were some of those big advantages to that difference.
All right, yep, thank you for that.
Yes, absolutely, thank you for that. I know the considerations for firefighting within Rocky Mountain House with their commercial core being built on a very steep hill. I know that's why you're looking for that functionality for that truck specifically here in Rocky Mountain House. I'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott, please.
Good morning. Just a question. I know that some of the neighboring municipalities like Drayton Valley, maybe Olds and Innisfail, I know that they have different terrain and different infrastructure and buildings. But I'm just curious, what kind of trucks do they have there, like 75-foot or 100-foot? And if they do have the 75-foot, did they sort of think, oh, we should have got the 100-foot, or do they have the 100-foot and maybe I was just curious about that.
Absolutely. So again, this was part of that full in-depth conversation that was part of the ICC, and we spoke with the town about as well. So our nearest ladder trucks could be Drayton Valley as an example. And Drayton Valley's truck is actually a sister truck to the one that we have. So it's that same 20-year-old truck, 75 or 75-foot ladder straight stick. et cetera. So they'll be in that process of looking for a replacement soon. But we haven't talked to them about what their looks are for them specific. Sylvan Lake, we spoke with them, and the truck that we've specified is basically, would be a sister type truck to that, in that they have that 100-foot ladder with the bucket at the top, 4 stabilizers, et cetera. When we look at the city of Red Deer, Lacombe, and so on, again, that 100-foot is basically the industry standard now, is to go that direction, in that as the building code has changed and as the environment has changed for firefighting, you know, that extra reach, safety factors, et cetera, is now there, so.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So my questions are regarding around Sourcewell versus tender. I know that you guys have been using Sourcewell now for a little while. What would that look like if we were to request that truck goes out to tender? And is there any savings that could be had? Looking towards protecting the public purse, like Ms. Serhan is always discussing, and then trying to work well with our partners and get our firefighters the safety that they are looking for and the equipment that they are asking for and that the building code is requesting.
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. Maybe I'll just briefly provide some background for the new councillors in particular. Sourcewell is a function of the rural municipalities of Alberta. We have access to it through our membership in RMA. What Sourcewell does is it follows all of the requirements of the legislation that we need to follow through a tendering process. But what it does is a lot of that preliminary work on our behalf. It does the pre-screening and qualification and so forth, and essentially comes down to a list of pre-approved vendors and quoted prices that our staff can then work with. My anticipation would be that in addition to the additional work that it would require and time for us to do a tender by ourselves, I would anticipate not seeing as competitive results as we're seeing through Sourcewell, because we're seeing it on a much larger scale. It's certainly national. I think it may be international now as well. And even those parties who might respond to our tender are eligible to respond to the Sourcewell tender. So for me, it would be somewhat of a step backwards and limiting our scope of possibilities in terms of pricing.
Deputy.
To add to that as well, we've done our due diligence at looking at some of the other vendor potentials. So a lot of this has been sort of that knee-jerk reaction in the last few days, because we've spent a lot of time through the Sourcewell process over the last couple of years as we've worked through this. But in the last week or so, we've reached out to several manufacturers to look at potential opportunities. And these are all verbal conversations only. There's nothing in writing for us to be able to actually put a finger on this. But besides the Pierce option, which is the Sourcewell manufacturer that we've been looking at through commercial, Pierce is the primary one. We looked at Sutphen as another manufacturer, and Sutphen, their standard truck price is $1.65 million to get us into a bucket if we wanted it, but that would still only be a 70-foot stick, or 70-foot reach with 2 stabilizers. So, and that's basically a stock truck that's already built that we wouldn't even be able to put in some of the other standards that we've put into play. Most of their trucks though are actually $2 million or higher for their ladder trucks. And they don't really make a 75-foot platform. It's in that 70-foot range. When we talked to Rosenbauer, they have available right now a demo that's already 2 years old that we could probably get in that $1.2 million range, which is a 75-foot stick with the 2 stabilizers and would meet basically the town's current truck that we have now. So 1.2 could get us an equal truck to potentially we have now. Pierce could do us as well, 1.2 million for exact truck that we have, and E1 as well. So there is potential for that 1.2 million to get an equal truck to what we have now, but not to go to any of the things that we've talked about, the stabilizers, the buckets, extra reach, etc. There's just not that next step mid-mount into even going to that one, or not mid-mount, sorry, but in that mid-range of that 1.5 potential. it's now starts to go beyond where the town is looking at for their 1.2.
Thank you for that. And before I go to Councillor Melhoff, I'm just going to kind of reiterate what I've heard so far. Our existing truck has little or minimal trade-in value. Delaying the order on the truck that's been discussed before will add, I believe it was $140,000 to the cost, so that's approaching $2 million for that truck if there was a delay in that order. And there are some available trucks comparable to the existing unit that's there on the market, although there may be some demo type use. If it has been demoed, does that, of course, that would reduce its service life for 2 years, or about 10% of the value of that truck anyway?
Correct. So we always look at the chassis, the build year, the chassis of the truck, and that's the service life that FUS would look at from the insurance rating is that it's a 2-year-old truck already, so it would only have an 18-year life, basically from this point forward.
Sure. So I guess I'll just say my feeling here is this is something that needs to come back to the ICC for a decision, and ultimately I can see that it's unlikely that we can have a decision on that within the time frame that's necessary to keep it, so we're not stuck with an inflationary increase of 7.5% or 7.7%. I'll go to Councillor Melhoff and then to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve. This process, unfortunately, it's been very disheartening. As I've been learning, because this has been hard for me in general, to remember the lines between governance and operations. And I feel in tying the hands of our fire service and not giving them the truck that they have asked for operationally, for the safety of our members, for the residents, it's stepping outside of our purview. You told us the truck you needed to do the job. It's our job to figure out how to fund that with our partners, which we did, which is the government's role. The conversation that was had regarding that truck that brought it down back to a 75-foot stick that you've already told us is not enough for you was very much, that sounded wrong, it was meant as a positive, was very much stepping into operations, which is not the governance role. I agree, this needs to go back to ICC. I was prepared to actually say, let's order the truck and we will deal with that agreement later. However, Interim CAO has informed us that sacrificing that agreement is probably not the best governance option either. So unfortunately, at that point, we are sacrificing the 7.7 inflation rate in order to take it back to ICC to get the truck that is required for the safety of our firefighters and our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Graham, and then to Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Can we call an emergency ICC meeting? Is that, and have one this week and try to avoid the 7.7%? Is that a possibility?
Ms. Haggard.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and for your question, Councillor Graham. It is a possibility. It's actually administratively what we had asked for when we learned about the inflationary increase, and administratively the CAO to our CAO had indicated that their next meeting and any budget decision meeting would have to happen by their January 18th meeting, which we attended. That's kind of why we didn't go to the ICC route. Whether our partners would be amenable to an emergency meeting, I guess I'd have to leave that up to, we could ask and certainly see what they say. And keeping in mind that although this is a town-county funded unit at 50-50, the Village of Caroline is also party to that ICC process and would have been part of that agreement decision-making, although they're not a funder of this specific unit based on its geographic location within our regional service. But certainly it could be asked. With a week's time frame, it might be a hard ask to see through. So again, you can see why administration wanted to get this information to council just as a background in terms of what has happened in the process to date and the reasons why, and then let council determine what their best course of action is going to be. And I certainly support Director Hagan's comments in terms of the agreement and the importance of it, and certainly that we're kind of handcuffed as administration. We can't order the unit that we intended to order, and we need to recommend council go back to ICC. But when that meeting takes place, that'll be up to the three parties.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go to Mr. Hagan in just a second after a comment. I have recognized lately especially how important process is in this and how our process protects our decision-making process as well. So ultimately, I believe that even if we wanted to move this very quickly, I just think the process doesn't allow for that. It needs to come to the ICC, then it needs to go back to prospective councils. So that process becomes, I think we may have pushed past a possible time frame where we'd be able to utilize the lower price on whatever unit we pick. And we may be past that point, and I hope that our municipal counterparts here in Rocky Mountain House understand that. I believe they do. And so I'm going to go, who was next here? I think Councillor Cermak, I haven't heard from you yet, so I'll go to you next.
In my opinion, I would like to see us go back to the ICC and redo this whole thing, because going back to a unit that we already have, that we know doesn't work, we need to renegotiate, go to all the people that are involved in this, all the municipalities, get the money that we need for the unit that we need. Not what we can afford to have, it's what we need to have to protect our citizens and our firefighters. You just can't put a dollar figure on a life. And that's what we're doing here. We need the right equipment in the right place at the right time. We need to go ahead with this. Thanks.
Thank you for that. I'm going to just say, I think we need to go back to the ICC on this, but I'll go to Councillor Graham's for comment.
Councillor Radcliffe.
Councillor Ratcliffe was first. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Is there a window from placing an order where, like, is there a period of time where we could make a change and still, not face that cost increase? Like, is there a window in there where we can deal with this through ICC?
So the typical process is we've gone through a spec process and come up with that 1.8 million drawings spec of the price. And once an order is placed, there's always a pre-build meeting where there is slight dollar changes. But again, when we do that, we're talking $15,000, $20,000 changes, and we're making those, more just because of compartment sizes and those types of things. To talk about a $600,000 change order, that's not a realistic change that a manufacturer or the process would really allow.
Thank you.
Okay,
And again, sorry.
Actually, I had one more question. I didn't watch the meeting, so I assume the issue that the town has is with the total cost and not with the spec.
Ms. Hager.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. And Councillor Ratcliffe, for your question, the town's sentiment was that they support the replacement of the apparatus. The price point was the issue. They certainly, and we listened administratively to some of the dialogue after we'd left the meeting in terms of, a carbon copy or an exact replacement of the unit that we have currently, but could we add all those safety features in? And then, so I think there was consideration for a middle of the line. Unfortunately, due to the timing and, as Reeve Lougheed mentioned, process, we're kind of stuck for time. And even, I was thinking about Councillor Graham's question further related to an emergency ICC meeting. We would still then require 2 more council meetings to amend budgets, perhaps, depending on what the outcome of that is, if it's up or down either way. The other thing I want to mention, when DC St. Peter spoke about a demo, we haven't budgeted to purchase that truck outright in 2022. So if we went to a demo model, certainly as an option, that would be a budget amendment for Clearwater County Council as well as the town of Rocky Mountain House, because that would be a one-time payment. There would be no 2-year process, the 10% now and the balance in the future year, which is what we've budgeted for. So each of the municipalities' year budget, based on the $1.8 million, would have been $90,000 in the 2022 budget, not the full purchase price. So that would be another consideration that we would bring to the ICC is the timing and how you're going to then amend your budget and how you're funding that in the current year as well. So Clearwater County keeps a reserve in terms of fire apparatus, so ours is funded from a reserve which we set aside annually. I'm not sure what the town's process is for funding that, so that could pose a challenge as well. So just wanted to state that as well.
And I also want to remind council that there are a couple of options here that staff has presented, and I'd hope we can work towards one or the other of those options. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would echo Councillor Cermak's comments. I think you hit the nail right on the head with that one. Lives are the most important of our firefighters, our residents. Everyone, whether it's Caroline, the town, or the county, everyone that's very important. Not being on the ICC committee, I would just like to state that I think it's of the utmost importance to maintain that relationship. We are at the start of our term and we have many new councillors on both sides. So I think we need to maintain that relationship and not go in there attacking the town, and just kind of give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt. And it's very, very important to maintain that relationship. I do not want a terrible 4-year term. And when we fight, it's the residents that suffer, and I would like to avoid that.
Thank you. Councillor Melhoff, and then Deputy Reeve Northcott. And I'm going to have to limit the discussion here. We need to really come to a decision on those two options forward here. So.
Thank you, Reeve. It's my understanding that our current truck, when it was explained to us in ICC, is likely going to fail its next resurfacing, or could potentially fail its next resurfacing. If we're delaying this build, 400 days out, if it does fail, do we have rental options? Have we budgeted for rental options of that truck going forward? I just want to make sure that we are still covered if we're delaying this that much further.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed and Councillor Melhoff for the question. Although we don't budget for the failure, we certainly budget for maintenance and repair of apparatus and equipment. So we do have a budget for that. If there was a long period of time where it would be out of service for repair, or until we receive the new unit as a replacement, if it can't be accommodated within the existing repair and maintenance budget, we'd certainly be coming back to Clearwater County Council and perhaps both town, county, and village councils for a budget amendment in that regards. And I'm going to leave it to Shain in terms of the last ladder and pump test on that unit.
So the mechanical soundness of that truck it's still stable at this point. We have had failures of that truck that has taken the truck out of service. But again, through our fleet mechanics, we are on top of all the day-to-day as much as we can be with that truck. It did pass its last pump test and its last non-destructive test for the aerial. But that is something now that used to be able to be done every 2 years. It'll now have to be done every year at this point because of the age of it. And some of the repairs that we've had to do have been costly, but they are not things that have taken the truck totally out of service more than typically a week or so at a time. And in those short periods, then we make arrangements with Drayton Valley, Sylvan, et cetera, to help support us for short periods. And as the director said, long-term, we would look at a rental if there was a catastrophic failure.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
I'll try and make this quick. I definitely agree with Councillor Graham's comments and Councillor Cermak's comments with the residents and the relationships. And I'm sure you have very competent, but for the manufacture of the equipment, is there any way that with a deposit or something like that, that the date of the February 1st deadline could be extended with, like, I'm sure you've looked into it already, but I just thought I'd ask.
So I've spoke with the manufacturer and asked, and because you have the manufacturer and then it's a dealer, in the middle. The manufacturer is hard at the 7.7% as of February 1st, and the dealer has no way around that point. And again, it goes back to Councillor Radcliffe's question of, could we put in a deposit at the 1.8 and change order the truck potentially to something else? They don't really do that. I mean, of course, it would just be a lot more work, I think, in the long run to try to do something like that.
Thanks.
And I'm going to go to Councillor Radcliffe. I'm going to make a comment here. I'm really looking for a motion around perhaps option one is what I'm hearing is the best option forward. ultimately, there's lots of questions from council, and these are something we need to also take into account the position that our other municipal partners are in with this as well. I think that's what I'm looking for. I'm going to go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
I'm just wondering if you can give us some idea of the risk to even putting this off for another year, like of keeping this truck, the current truck, rather than replacing it with one like it that doesn't really meet our needs.
So the current truck now is at 20 years, and this was part of the process through the ICC, is that there is that possibility, absolutely, to extend this out. That price increase of the 7.7 will absolutely be there, and we'll be looking at a $2 million truck, come next budget cycle, which, again, I think we're already looking at that process anyway. The truck would still be serviceable. We would be able to get it through another year. There is more administrative stuff that we have to do for FUS as far as documenting all of our service stuff and providing that for the insurance underwriters. But it is a possibility, absolutely.
What would be the cost of the extra work how significant is that?
It would be in that 7.7 range that we're already looking at. And so their price increases with the manufacturers are typically that first part of the year, in the calendar year, in that they understand that the budget cycles typically happen in the December timeframe with purchase orders in January for that truck. So we'd be looking at that 1.95-ish range to 2.
What would the extra cost be to keep that truck? That we're now into a different level of maintenance and inspection.
The pump test would still have to be done. The destructive ladder test would still need to be done. Those things are probably in that $20,000 to $25,000 range on that truck.
Okay,
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to go to Councillor Swanson.
Okay, I will make the motion for option 1, that the council direct administration to request the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee to meet and discuss the CRF, the Regional Fire 2022 capital budget specific to the aerial trucks Unit 601 replacement costs. And my heart's not in it, but that's the right process.
Thank you very much for that. And before I call the question, any further comment? Councillor Melhoff.
My only concern is then will this truck now be 1.2 minus 7.7%? If they've approved 1.2, will we now be approving that minus 140,000, so then we're getting an even less capable truck at that point?
I might just comment, I think these are great questions for the ICC when that ICC meets. I think that's exactly what that group is there to do, is to answer all these questions and have that opportunity to understand the reasoning behind our other municipal partners going somewhat of a different direction and be cooperative and collaborative in that effort. Okay. Ms. Haggart, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. And I just, to answer the question, in essence, yes, but I believe that discussion should take place at the ICC, and perhaps there are decisions to be made after that at the council level.
Thank you very much. Okay, without seeing any further questions, I will call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Oh, it's carried. Thank you very much. And I believe we have a very patient delegation waiting for us. We will need a motion to accept the delegation through electronic communication. Councillor Melhoff, all those in favor? And that's carried. So that brings us to item 6.1, and I believe we have Mary Ellen Shain waiting for us online very patiently. Thank you for the indulgence of allowing us to complete the last item. And I would just welcome you here today. I will start with introductions. I'm Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve of Clearwater County. And I'll go to my left and Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Good morning. Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Hi, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning. Murray Hagan, Interim CAO.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Division 2.
Hello.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Well, thank you all, and I turn the floor across to you if you would like to share your presentation with us.
Good, thank you. Can everyone hear me? Yes, okay. I can see kind of some thumbs up, so I'm gonna take that as an affirmative. And can you see my presentation here up on the screen? Yeah, okay, great. So, hello everyone. My name is Mary Ellen Shain. I am a project coordinator with the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance. And I want to begin my presentation today by thanking Reeve and Council for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. I also want to welcome all of the new councillors and those that are coming back or have returned. The NSWA has been working with Clearwater County for the past few decades, actually, and I wanted to take an opportunity today to showcase what that relationship has looked like and the value of this, what I feel is a mutually beneficial relationship. So in my presentation today, I'm going to describe what does our watershed look like, talk about our organization, as well as this intermunicipal committee that we have that Clearwater County sits on. And then I'll talk a little bit about our projects that we've been involved with, that Clearwater County has been involved with as well, and specifically highlighting a Riparian project. And then talk about some other things as well. So before I go on any further, I really would like to answer the most frequently question I get asked, which is, what is a watershed? And so I really want you to think about this as a giant funnel. It's a giant funnel, landscape funnel that captures water that falls across the landscape and directs it to a central water body like a lake or a river. And as that water travels across the landscape, it picks up whatever is on the landscape. So soil, sediments, nutrients, contaminants, and salt. And no matter where you are on the landscape, you are in a watershed. That water leads somewhere. Our water filters into the North Saskatchewan River, which has a watershed of approximately 57,000 square kilometers. It's really quite large. It extends obviously from the Rocky Mountains, including Clearwater County and Edmonton as well, and then makes its way down to the Saskatchewan border. Between the Rocky Mountains and the prairies, there's obviously there's a lot of variety in our landscape. Rocky Mountains, glaciers, forests, and then a lot of prairies as well, a lot of activity as well, which includes forestry, 2 hydroelectric dams, chemical industry, agriculture, urban areas. And it also supplies drinking water to approximately 1.6 million people in Alberta alone. Eventually, this river makes its way through Saskatchewan and Manitoba and combines with other rivers and eventually makes its way into the Hudson's Bay. The management of this river is really quite complex. There isn't any one governing body that manages it all. But the province does have a framework, which they call Water for Life, and this helps us guide some of that management. Every organization has like a little piece of that puzzle. And the framework on this slide shows you some of those organizations that are involved with that. The NSWA is identified as having a role in this framework as a Watershed Planning and Advisory Council. And there's 11 of us across Alberta. There's 11 WPACs, as we're called, across Alberta, 1 for each of the major river basins. As well, the provincial government is involved, and watershed stewardship groups like lake associations are involved with this as well. And together, we're trying to accomplish 3 things. First of all, safe and secure drinking water, healthy aquatic ecosystems, and reliable quantities of water for a sustainable economy. So who is the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance then? We are a nonprofit organization. We're a multi-stakeholder group that brings people together who use the watershed or affect it in some way. And the organization's mission is to protect and improve water quality, water quantity, and the health of our ecosystems by developing and sharing knowledge, as well as facilitating partnerships and leading these collaborative planning processes, which I'll talk more about. And you can find more about our goals in our integrated watershed management plan, which I'll show you a slide of in a minute. But we work a lot with municipalities. And the reason for this is because municipalities are the land managers and have a lot of control over what happens in that giant water funnel that I described earlier. So we have formed 3 intermunicipal groups in the watershed, focusing on really high priority areas within our watershed, like areas that have been recognized as being significant for some particular reason. They could be in poor condition, or they could just be a really high development area. So we have these three groups, and this one that you see here in green on the left is our Headwaters Alliance. So I'll talk a little bit more about that. We also help write planning documents such as our IWMP, our Integrated Watershed Management Plan, and this document here is our guiding document, which includes some feedback from a lot of municipalities and a lot of stakeholders on what we'd like to see in the future for our watershed. And as well, we help write these state of reports, which is a little bit like a report card on how healthy the watershed is doing. The next thing that we also do, a big part of what we do, is education. And so a big thing that we do are these educational forums, which we run several times a year, and bring in, very high quality speakers to talk about different aspects of watershed and water management. Or it could be invasive species, or it could be climate change, it could be all kinds of topics. And then we've also developed this, we also wrote this book, the Living in the Shed book, which includes a history of the change on this landscape, as well as a lot of the stories from people who have been here quite a long time, and show some like key species that exist in the different areas of our watershed. So just to give you a little heads up, our next presentation, or our next week, February 2nd, and the topic is climate change effects on the watershed. And so we'll also be, we call these our Watershed Wednesdays, and they occur on the first Wednesday of each month. So that brings us to our Headwaters Alliance. So this is the committee, this is the intermunicipal committee that I was speaking about before. Pardon me. We formed in 2014. We have 5 municipalities, or pardon me, 5 counties, and 3 townships that sit on this committee. And Clearwater County has been an important part of that since the beginning. And the reason why we get together on a regular basis is to talk about water issues and solutions that can be tackled at the municipal level. So our vision is to have a healthy headwaters to meet the needs of current and future generations. And we strive to do this by working with all those who affect this area. So we do focus on 2 subbasins, these ones that are shown in green here. One of them is the Modas subwatershed, and it includes your Wolf Creek / Rose Creek that is in Clearwater County. And this basin also has many of Alberta's most popular recreational lakes. And then Strawberry Watershed as well is an important area for us. And that includes like Black Mud, White Mud Creek, and it's obviously very extensively covered by agriculture. And then some of the issues that we're concerned about with this group include the loss of riparian areas, wetlands, and other environmentally sensitive areas, the impacts from extensive agricultural and industrial development, risk to groundwater quality and quantity, and the threat of aquatic and terrestrial invasive species. So those are some of the key priorities for this group. We do have a strategic plan, a 5-year strategic plan to help us maybe tackle some of these issues, because a lot of them have to do with data gaps. And so that's, I guess, what I'm going to lead to next is how have we been tackling some of these data gaps and these knowledge pieces. So one of the things that this Headwaters group does is a regular canoe tour, a Headwaters tour, and we ran this in 2016 and as well as 2019, and we're going to be doing it again in 2022. And had, brought together municipal, provincial, as well as provincial MLAs, as well as kind of like key water managers into the Headwaters region, and did a tour of just being out there, being in Nordag, being in different areas of Clearwater County to see for themselves how beautiful this area is, and talk about some of the issues that we as a group have identified as struggling with. Another key project that this group has put together is the Riparian Health Action Plan. And so the reason for this is because so many of our municipalities have been working on riparian restoration one way or another within their municipalities. You guys have Clearwater Land Care as a program to do restoration work within your municipality. And our group said, we don't really know what the bigger picture is. We don't know what the state of our riparian areas are in. And we'd really like some information to help us know what it is that we're working towards. So we put together this plan, and I will talk a little bit more about that, because I would say that is our flagship project for this Headwaters group. But the next project that I wanted to tell you about is the Watershed Monitoring Program. And so this is a partnership with EPCOR as well as the government of Alberta to add more monitoring stations on some of these smaller tributaries that are feeding into the North Saskatchewan River, and include some monitoring station cameras as well, which you can see links to. And so one of the parameters, for example, that's being monitored within this program includes some of the indicators that you might look for in coal management or some of those impacts like selenium. So it is a very important water program, and very interesting results that offer us baseline data to help us, understand what some of those changes or find out if there are changes happening to the environment. And the last is the Modas Natural Infrastructure Project. So this is a new and upcoming kind of concept about talking about managing your natural assets in your municipality in order to benefit some of your gray infrastructure. So there are a few examples of this throughout the world. Even in Canada, in Gibson, BC, for example, a small municipality opted to develop a wetland instead of a more gray infrastructure stormwater management facility, and found out that they could actually save money that way. So we're investigating this within Alberta as an option for municipalities to help offset some of the impacts to their gray infrastructure. So those are four of those big projects that I wanted to tell you about. I wanted to dive a little bit deeper into the Riparian project, but not too deep. So hopefully, if you have any questions, then you can ask me. One of them, just beginning, what is a riparian area? Riparian area is that ribbon of green that surrounds a water body. So it's the transition area between a water body, like a lake, and the uplands. And these areas are drier than wet and wetter than dry. And they have very sensitive ecosystems that require they're sensitive ecosystems that offer a lot to us in terms of the services that they provide us, such as filtering effects, and abating flood management as well, abating floods as well. And as I mentioned, those municipal programs that care and do work with riparian areas. So in some of our other municipalities, they have the ALICE program. Clearwater Land Care is a fantastic program that works with landowners to do restoration work. And some areas also offer this green acreage program as well to incentivize landowners to do this restoration and conservation work on private property. So when this group had asked us to do this assessment work to give us a better idea about, what this, the condition of our riparian areas are in our basin. And it was the Headwaters Alliance that initiated this project. So I'm very proud of them for this. And since then, we've actually expanded it across our entire watershed, going eastward, and have covered 17,000 kilometers worth of riparian area. And the outcome of that, it showed that only 46% of our riparian areas are in good condition. As you can see here in the green. And really, what does that mean? The question is, what is it that you want to leave for the next generation? Is that an appropriate amount of riparian area to leave for the next generation? Considering all the goods and services that it offers to us, is that a good condition? Or is that desirable, that amount that we have currently? And we worked with our Headwaters Alliance and in order to set a health target, and they set it at 65%. They said, we want to get to 65%. We want to leave 65% good health for the next generation. And so, there's a little bit of a gap between that current, where we're at 46, and getting to our goal of 65. And so obviously we can work with our programs such as the Clearwater Land Care and others in order to move the needle on that. So within that project, another aspect that we took on was to develop these municipal summary reports, because it's one thing to say that the basin is in a certain particular condition, but that's different depending on where you are in the watershed. And so each county has a different result. And I'm happy to tell you that in Clearwater County, 81% of your riparian areas are in good condition. So you guys have exceeded the 65% goal. Very good job. Does it mean that you're not going to do any more restoration work? I don't think that's what the message is. I think you can see here that there are some areas on some of your creeks. I believe I'm pointing there at Rose Creek, where the water body itself is in poor condition. And so what this shows you up here on the top of this municipal summary report is that 16 out of 18 of your lakes are in good condition. So 2 of them are not in very good condition. And that approximately 9 of your creeks are not in very good condition. They're not meeting that standard. And so if you wanted to focus some of your program's work, you could potentially focus on those water bodies that are not passing yet that threshold. And so this report also points out those areas for prioritization. As I mentioned, we've got a list here on the right of which lakes could be prioritized. For restoration, we're actually showing Lake Ernie might need that extra support. And then there's some recommendations for next steps. And of course, I want to point out that this is a collaborative project. It's not just the North Saskatchewan watershed, but we worked with the Red Deer watershed as well, which Clearwater County drains into some of Red Deer as well. So this is a collaborative project that we worked on together. And so this report has been submitted to council through Tracy, and as well as your staff have a copy of this report as well. So I'm happy to take any questions on that if you want to follow up. Kind of approaching the end here, I just wanted to say that, there's a lot of communication work that's involved with this riparian project as well. We have an online portal, and it provides a lot of this access to data that we've showcased here today, as well as a lot of resources about programs that exist. It's not just municipal programs that are doing restoration and conservation work. There's lots of other resources out there, and as well as showcasing projects on the ground. So when Clearwater County invests money into doing these projects on the ground with landowners, you want to celebrate those successes and you want to show the world that, we're moving that needle, we're doing our part. And this is a place where you can show off some of those projects. And so we've been running sessions to train people on how to use this web portal. We've actually trained 112 people so far, and a few staff from Clearwater County as well. And so we have another set of dates coming up, as well as an open house, which would be perfect for counselors if they're interested in learning more, and that's on February 24th. And yeah, so as I said, just coming to the end of my presentation here, benefits of continued partnership. To sum it all up, like we facilitate intermunicipal partnerships so that your staff and your counselors can speak with other municipalities about maybe some environmental concerns that you have. We also do a lot of grant support. So every dollar that municipalities have given us, we've leveraged in order to provide more within grants in order to actually make more money and invest more money in this area. And expertise with project management. So we do have quite a small staff, but of really dedicated people to help answer questions about this. And we're also providing resources, educational resources. So yeah, that's all I had to add to that. Thank you very much for your time and your and your attention. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation and sharing your key responsibilities with council. Were there any questions from council? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. When I sat on land care, it was fabulous to go to these watershed meetings. It was a great learning opportunity, and I myself have made numerous changes on my own farm because of those watershed meetings that we've been to. I would love to sign up for your canoe trip. How do I sign up for that? That sounds fabulous. Let us know when that's happening.
Okay, I will be sure to let you know.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you for all the work you're doing.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Any further questions or comments? Councillor Cermak.
Yes, your February 24th open house, where's that at?
So that'll be online.
Oh, okay.
Yes. It'll be a virtual open house. Yeah. So those I can forward the registration links for that open house to Tracy as well if that works for you.
Please, thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions? Well, I'd like to thank Mary Ellen for joining us today and a terrific presentation. I think 2021 was a year that drove home the importance of our watershed and water. When you deal without, you recognize that you need to plan. These things don't happen just on their own. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Reeve. And thank you, councillors.
Thank you. And I'm looking for a motion to receive the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance update report and results of the Riparian Health Action Plan for information as presented. Councillor Ratcliffe, any further discussion? I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. I know we have other delegations waiting in the wings, but we are not a super machine. We need to take about a 10-minute recess here, and we beg your patience in that. We're in recess. Welcome back, everyone, after our recess. This brings us to item 6.2 on the agenda, and I believe we have Nichole Robertson with us this morning. We'll start with a round of introductions. I'll go to Councillor Melhoff first.
Thank you. Yeah, it still is morning. Good morning, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1.
Good morning, Sydney Graham, and for transparency reasons, this is my sister.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning and welcome. Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3, and Reeve.
Welcome, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Good morning. Welcome, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Interim CAO.
Good morning, Nichole Robertson, School Bus Operator here in Clearwater County.
Well, thank you very much for joining us this morning, and I understand you have a bit of a presentation for us, so I'll turn the floor over to you and let you go ahead with that.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Reeve Lougheed, Council and Administration. My name is Nichole Robertson, and I am a school bus operator here in Clearwater County. My route takes me up Highway 22, where I have 3 bus stops, which gives me 6 highway stops per day. It was clear in my first week of driving this route that many motorists are not very respectful in regards to school buses at bus stops. Very often, vehicles pass my bus at accelerated rates of speed when I am stopped at the end of a driveway with my amber lights on. This is most disheartening at my stop, where a 6-year-old student waits across the highway for me as motorists speed between my stop bus and her with my amber lights activated. Wondering if this was a regular thing or just a string of bad luck, I contacted a few people. The parents on the route let me know that this has been happening for years and continues to happen quite regularly. Other bus drivers let me know that this happens on the routes nearly daily. Boy, did I hear some horror stories as were detailed in the letter I provided. It was after these incidents that I had the opportunity to meet and work with some of the amazing staff here at Clearwater County. I am so grateful for everyone over at Emergency Services, and especially Officer Lucas, who has gone above and beyond to answer questions, look up information, and help patrol my stops. After calling the County Emergency Services Department, they had an officer out to my most problematic stop the very next morning. He almost got a first-hand view of what we're dealing with when a semi almost rolled through my red lights. Fortunately, seeing the peace officer there, he decided that he was going to stop that day. The officer contacted me a few times after that day to pass along information from the School Bus Act, as well as some information from a Crown prosecutor. It was a bit unsettling to learn that there are not really many laws surrounding school buses. As you know, we are to stop when the red lights are activated, but beyond that, when the amber lights are activated, we are to reduce our speed and pass safely. Unfortunately, this is way too ambiguous for me. In a situation where a person passes a school bus going like 70 kilometers an hour when I am stopped at a driveway, keep in mind there are usually students aged 4 to 19 on the side of the highway in these instances. If an officer pulls over this motorist, you now have a school bus driver and a parent as witnesses, the motorist, a judge, and an officer who all have different ideas of whether or not it was safe to pass the bus and if the pass was done safely. The problem is this creates confusion, division, and unknown expectations among everyone involved. While a motorist may feel that 90 kilometers an hour or 70 kilometers an hour is a safe speed to pass a student on the side of the highway, a parent or a bus driver may feel much lower speed is appropriate. Imagine if there were no speed limits on highways and the law just said you have to drive safe. Speed limits are put in place for a reason. I want council to think about your daily drive. You go through a construction zone and there are signs posted saying how fast you are required to go. You pass an officer with their lights on and you know what speed you are to hit. Both of these scenarios have an adult in high visibility gear with years of training. They know how unpredictable those roads can be. These individuals are only requiring motorists to reduce their speed but not to fully come to a stop generally. Now I want you to think of a young child. Think of a child in your life. Think of your child, your niece and nephew, or your cute granddaughter. Think of these children. Would you feel safe driving 20 feet away from them going 90 or 70 kilometers an hour? I don't think the government thought so. They have determined that in similar or even safer situations, 30 kilometers an hour is the safe speed to travel when children are playing in a playground zone or in a school zone. It is not safe for children to be playing or standing around vehicles traveling at such high speeds. Imagine if vehicles were traveling at such high speeds through a school zone or playground zone. As a school bus is essentially a traveling extension of a school, why do the same laws not apply? These children are not always supervised. They are distracted, and they are expected to navigate faster traffic than a highly trained officer. If we are expecting them to be able to judge traffic better at a school age, then my 6-year-old will gladly accept her driver's license. I don't want motorists, judges, and officers to be hemming and hawing as to whether or not they can draw a line in each case. I want the government to put a law in place so we know what is expected of us. I want people to think about the children that are standing out there each day. Children that have loving parents that can walk them to the bus each morning, and children that hungrily get up each morning and wake up their 3 siblings and try and get out the door to get to the bus on time. Kids just like the ones in each of your lives. Each child deserves to be safe, and we are letting them down. I have a little bit of information just to give you a background since you guys are not school bus drivers. School bus operators activate their amber lights at a few hundred meters prior to a stop. We vary this depending on the stop itself, if we're stopping on a hill or something like that, depending on the traffic. So if we have a semi-truck right behind us, we might activate our lights sooner. And also, according to the weather, if we're in a blizzard, we might activate them sooner as well. To activate the red lights, the bus must be placed in park and the doors must be open. As soon as that door opens, the red lights are activated on the bus. And to go from a moving bus to a bus with its red lights on can take seconds. And people can legally pass the bus until the millisecond that those lights are activated. I am asking the government to consider requiring motorists to slow to 30 kilometers per hour when passing a school bus with its amber lights activated within 100 meters of a bus stop, and may not pass a school bus with its amber lights activated from behind. My reasoning is that a speed allows motorists and officers to know how fast they are required to go. A distance allows officers to know when they are required to slow. And to easily judge, this is easy to judge as there are generally children on the side of the road, the bus is really slowing down or stopping or stopped. Not allowing motorists to pass from behind will prevent people from starting to pass, then having to continue to pass when the red lights are already activated. This actually happened to me on a hill last week on one of my stops when a welding truck decided, after we had fully come to a stop, he was behind me stopped, he was going to pass me. I activated my red lights and then noticed that he was passing. He did stop at my stop sign, so I really appreciate when people decide that they have made a mistake and do correct it. So I really appreciate that, but I do want to prevent that from happening in the future. As for the general public who are watching today, I wanted to let you know that there are some things you can do as well. If you see someone pass a school bus unsafely or pass a school bus with their red lights on, report it to a school bus operator company or to the RCMP. If you accidentally pass a school bus with its red lights on, give us a call so we can talk about how both of us can improve in the future. Discuss school bus safety with your friends and family to remind them to keep their eyes open, and especially the youngsters in your life. And if you see a driver do something unsafe or have any suggestions of how we can improve, give us a call because we always want to know what we're doing poorly on the roads as well. And finally, if you see us doing a good job, give us a thumbs up or a wave because that lifts everyone's morale. I want these kids to walk safely through my door each morning and safely through their parents' door each night. Let's make a difference and help take a step forward for a safer future for the most precious cargo. I'm here today to ask you guys to make a resolution to bring forward to the next RMA to improve safety for buses to protect people who can't protect themselves. That concludes my comments. Back to you, Reeve Lougheed.
Well, thank you very much for a very passionate presentation. And you asked us all to consider those children in our lives that are affected by that ride on the bus every day. I have a daughter that turns 12 today and she rides the bus every day. So definitely that strikes home with me. And it also strikes home, I have a niece that drives a school bus and she has told me of the same frustrations that you feel as well. So I think this is very appropriate. And I would ask if council has any questions. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Great presentation. And thank you very much for saying that that Officer Lucas was very helpful. It's always great to hear when staff are out there doing from this silo. Sometimes it's hard to know and it's great to hear that that's the case. I unfortunately have been dispatched to those very tragic calls when things do go wrong as well, in my other hat as a paramedic. And I know that this shows that it's being accepted as information. I would ask administration if it would be appropriate to motion that we have, that we build a letter of support in this at all. And then I know that we're too late for this round of building resolutions for the upcoming spring RMA. But we could look at building a notice of motion for doing that for the fall, and look at working through that. Would a letter of support be appropriate? Because I would be willing to make that motion that staff draft a letter of support for council to sign in support of this.
All right.
I would be willing to make that
So you made that motion, thank you. Councillor or Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Just a question for the amber lights, for the,
Yeah.
is there a speed limit, or is that a no pass, or what's the status for regulation right now for the amber lights when they're flashing for motorists?
So currently, the rules for amber lights are that motorists are to reduce their speed and that they are to pass safe. So that is the problem with what I am seeing, is that is way too ambiguous. I have teenagers on my bus that would tell an officer, I went 95, I reduced my speed, I felt safe, I'm in a vehicle, but those are the two laws that they have in place. Pass safely and reduce your speed, but there's no set speed laws or anything like that in place right now.
Would it help prevent any future incidents if it was just prepare to stop? Like no approved speed limit, it's just, hey, you have to, let's prepare to stop.
Unfortunately, that's kind of what is expected right now. It's kind of similar to the traffic lights you see anywhere else. Yellow indicates we are slowing down, we are stopping, your lights are turning red. So that is kind of the expectation. Unfortunately, I cannot activate my lights until traffic is controlled, for the purpose that if someone's coming at me at 100 kilometers an hour and they're too close and I activate my red lights, they can slam on their brakes, slam into my bus, slam into a student. So the reason that I'm asking for a set speed is that officers have to go to court and they have to say, I felt this was unsafe. And they have to prove to a judge that they felt it was unsafe. Whereas if there's actually a speed law in place, they can say this person was over the speed limit that we've set, and so it was unsafe. But yeah, I would really like if people could just prepare to stop and get ready to stop, but unfortunately that does not happen a lot on the road.
Okay, can the bus sit idle with the amber lights activated, but the red lights not activated? The bus would be idle on the road?
Yeah.
So could it be mandatory that the red lights, as soon as the bus is stopped, that the red lights are activated to show motorists that they have to stop?
It could. We use it in a variety of different ways, and every bus driver kind of uses their red lights different to signal to students. So I've heard of bus drivers that have said in the past their red lights indicate the student is safe to cross the highway. So they actually wait for traffic to be controlled. A lot of us stop traffic and wave the children to cross the highway. But unfortunately, the way it works is it's actually hooked up to our door system, and currently under the law, it's illegal for school bus drivers to open their doors unless they are fully stopped. So the red lights cannot come on until we are fully stopped and open the door. It would be nice if we could turn it on when we are just come to a stop. But we have to kind of look, like if we do have a semi coming at us, it might be safer to let them slowly pass than it is to actually stop them in that instance. And I have done that before, because a lot of the semi drivers, I know it's hard on their brakes, so I'll stop prior to the stop, but if I end up meeting them there, sometimes they will continue rolling through, even though they know they're expected to stop. But yeah, it would be nice, but unfortunately that's not the way the law is written right now.
Okay, yeah, and for violations, for violators, what are the fines or penalties, or what holds motorists accountable?
So basically, I believe they just changed some of the rules surrounding this with the acts that came down. I believe it's 4 demerit points and up to a $2,000 fine if you pass a bus with its red lights on. I'm not too sure about amber lights, about what the penalties are for that though. And I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think it's 4 demerits and $2,000.
Okay, no, I was just curious that sometimes government can create more policy, more red tape and things like that, but still at the end of the day, you'll still have people violate it, right?
Yeah.
So then the number one goal would be to stop the infractions and keep the kids safe, right? So I was just, thanks.
Yes, thank you. And I wanted to make it so officers can actually do that. So if I have an officer sitting out there, he can say, that was wrong, this is your ticket. Whereas if it's up to the officer, up to the judge, up to the motorist, that's where we kind of get it kind of confused. And even me, prior to driving school bus, and most of you might not even know the rules. Like you might not know if there is a speed limit, because it's not something we talk about a lot. And even when you're doing your driver's training, you kind of learn stop for red lights. and slow down for yellow lights, but you don't really learn what the actual rules are. So yeah, I want to put something in place so people actually know, and then they can be like, I have to go 30, so they'll know that they do have to go 30, but stopping would be preferred. Thank you, Councillor Norca.
Enforcement presence of enforcement, does that seem to help quite a bit?
Yes, we've been noticing a few things. I noticed that when they're out there, people, I think, do kind of look for them a little bit more. He has his little spots that he hides. So I think that they are looking, and you have the same people going down the road every single day at the same time a lot of the time. But like I said, the first day that he was out there, me and the parent and that officer thought that semi was going through my lights for sure. And we are sure that when he's out there, people see him and they do stop. So enforcement, Officer Lucas being out there has made a difference, and I'm really happy that he's able to give us his time for that.
And Councillor Swanson.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. So 2 thoughts come to mind. First, about cameras that are present.
Yes.
What is your role on that, or how do you activate at certain times?
So as for cameras, I thought about this a lot, and I do think cameras would be a great tool for this, because then we can actually get people that are going through. And I think about it all the time, if I can tape a camera to a stick and jam it out the window. But unfortunately, the technology that they have is expensive. So for us to outfit all the school buses in Alberta, it's going to be very expensive. My run, I do about 70 kilometers before I hit my last highway stop, and that's pavement and gravel. So by the time I get to my last stop, my bus is so dirty sometimes that a camera would actually not work. And I don't actually know if there's a lot of research into that. But I do think cameras would be great, but I just don't think that they're very feasible right now with the cost and getting them to actually work properly.
And supplementary?
So, a dash cam, I can see in the future for
Yeah,
that.
that would be
But the other thing, and Councillor Melhoff, is maybe she might accept a friendly amendment to her motion, and that is that maybe the county put out a letter to the Minister of Transportation signifying that with increase of traffic now that COVID is, well, when COVID first hit, traffic died down considerably, and now that things are turning around, and with the summer, especially in our area with all the oil field work that's going out west, we feel our highways are considerably have increased in traffic numbers. So maybe this would be something to preempt the Minister of Transportation, that we are going to be bringing this. As a county, we're concerned, but maybe this would be something that, on top of what we're doing with RMA as a resolution in the fall.
So I'd ask Councillor Melhoff if she reviews that amendment as friendly.
Yes, I do, and that's a great suggestion. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Great. Any further questions around the motion on the floor? If not, I'll call that question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Any further questions for our presenter? Well, again, thank you very much for joining us today, and a terrific presentation and a terrific discussion, and thank you for answering our questions as well. I think it would be appropriate at this time that we have a motion to accept her presentation as information, and Councillor Melhoff. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
You're free to go. Okay. And I think we have another delegation waiting in the wings. We'll go through our COVID protocols, but I think in the interim, we could probably, this has been a tabled item. We're going to go to item 6.3. That item will have to be lifted from the table before this happens. So I'm looking for a motion to lift from the table. Councillor Melhoff, any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And I would welcome Wes Amendt. I hope I pronounced that properly. And he's the Director of Recreation and Community Services, Town of Rocky Mountain House. And we've been eagerly waiting his report for a little while here. So since I think for much of council, we haven't met before, so I'll start with Councillor Melhoff and a round of introductions.
Thank you, Reeve. We have met before, actually, and Jenny Melhoff, Division 1.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, West. Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor, Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Hello, Wes. I'm on the Rocky Rec Board, so with Russ, so Michelle Swanson.
Rhonda Serhan, Manager, Financial Services. Morning, Wes.
Good morning, Wes. Murray Hagan, Interim CAO.
Good morning.
Well, I'll certainly turn the floor across to you. I know there's lots of information here you'd like to share with us, and we're all excited to hear what you have to present. So by all means, go ahead.
Well, good morning, Reeve Lougheed and council. Apologize for missing the meeting in December. I guess my message that I was ill that day didn't get to council in time to take it off the agenda, but I'm here today just to share with you the results of the survey that was conducted last summer. So a little bit of a background. We, as the rec board, started last spring about the need to review the recreation master plan that was in place since 2017. And so we held in June a one-day, or actually a half-day workshop with the rec board to review the recreation master plan and review the different areas and figure out how do we tackle, perhaps an update and getting sort of an update as to what the community feels the current priorities may be. Obviously, as you look through the master plan, several of the initiatives and recommendations that were put forth in that document in 2017 had been achieved. So as the rec board, we came up with a survey that we took to the public, and thought today, I know in your package I included a copy of the original master plan from 2017. Included the recreation survey itself with the appendix that speaks to some of the things that were already achieved, and then the results itself, which is now going to become Schedule G of the recreation master plan. And then I included all the data, including all of the comments that were received. I'm not going to go through all of those comments, but it was there if you wanted to delve into the various comments that we received. So if we can, not sure how we queue up just the PowerPoint presentation that I had for you, which is the recreation survey results. There we go. So I'll just walk you through this, and I guess I welcome any questions throughout. I'm happy to answer questions, but I'll try to keep it fairly high level. So we conducted the survey in 2021. We looked at the 2017 Recreation Master Plan was a 10-year plan. And as I mentioned, several of the recommendations that came out of that plan had been achieved. So if we go to slide number 4 there in the bottom right corner, I'll start with some of the major things that had been completed. 2019, obviously, the bleachers at the North Saskatchewan River Park were done. We ran power to the rental hall. 2 well sites were created for running water. We completed perimeter fencing and ordered the portable bleachers. And again, this project actually, when I started with the town in the summer of 2019, it pretty much completed. I just wrapped up a few of the things with regard to the grandstand. But again, this was came to fruition, obviously, with support from the county, the town, the Rodeo Association, the Chuck Wagner Group, and the Lions Club, and many donations from the community. So that obviously was, we're seeing the fruits of that. Unfortunately, with COVID, we haven't had a lot of events there. I think the Chuck Wagon event was one of the first events late last summer that actually got to see the benefits of the covered grandstand. Number 5 there deals with the splash park. Obviously, that project had been going on for 5 years, and it came to fruition at the end of 2020. We did a soft launch, open for our full year in 2021, and again, it was completed with a lot of work from the Spray Park Committee, the town and the county as partners on that, as well as numerous sponsorships. The Helen Hunley Park was completed in 2019. Again, the picnic area, beautiful area, and the town monument with the David Thompson sculpture. So again, that was completed in partnership with the Helen Hunley Foundation. And the trail development and added amenities. Trail development is an ongoing thing within the town. 2021 saw some addition of trails along Highway 11 from the ATB all the way up to the co-op, as well as on Highway 752. The trail was redone as part of the work that the town did on the underground infrastructure along that street. And then the 54th Street extension to Creekside also has a trail there.
Wes, I think Councillor Melhoff has a question, maybe as we're moving through. Is it okay
Yes,
if we
no,
answer
by all
a few
means,
questions
yeah.
as we move through?
Thank you, Reeve. I just didn't want you to too far. I had some questions on slide 4 with regards to the 2 well sites for running water. It's my understanding that the Rodeo Committee and the Chuckwagon Committee are still trucking water as those wells are not actually either functioning or they're dry, or can you
Both wells are functioning.
Okay.
They activated generator. I think some of the thing that we've found, certainly in my discussions with the groups, is the volume of water that comes out would take forever for them to fill their barrels. So, but the wells are operational.
Oh, just not high enough gallons per minute to
Right.
meet their purposes? Is there any option to look at increasing the gallons per minute so that it can meet those groups' requirements, or?
Yeah, at this point, that's something I'm looking into, but I don't know all the history of that. Again, that was done sort of just prior to me starting with the town.
Thank you.
I guess, in follow-up to the improvements at the North Saskatchewan Park, all of the funding that was part of that project has been expended, so that project, it came to a conclusion, right? So we've got agreements in place now with the Rodeo Association, and we're just signing an agreement with the Chuck Wagon Association for 5-year agreements for use of the facility. So that whole project was wrapped up at the end of 2020 when that was done. Any other questions on slide 4 or any?
Nope,
up to this
please
point?
continue.
Okay, yeah, so back to slide 7, we added the trail map, and then again, trail development is ongoing from the town's perspective. Upgrades to the pool, again, we've been tackling several things over the years. 2017, we renovated the programming room, which was the old Craft Guild room upstairs. The Craft Guild has moved into a space at the recreation center that they lease there. They're quite happy with the space that they've got. Construction of the new pool deck in 2018. 2020, we added the combined heat and power units and boilers, and that we received $530,000 in grant funding from the Municipal Center for Climate Action, or Climate Change Action Center. And then 2021, added new sand filters and the ceiling baffles. So continuing upgrades to the pool. And then the last completed priorities was the upgrades to the arenas, and that included the new ice plant in 2020. We purchased the new ice resurfacer as well in 2020 and did some renovations to the bleacher seating in the Quick Lane Arena. So the survey itself ran from July 19th to the 23rd of August in 2021. We had 418 surveys received. 334 of those responded via our Survey Monkey, and 84 were paper responses received. And I believe, we did, some of those were just available at our different locations, but we also had a couple of days of Market on Main where many of our board members, I know county councilors, town councilors, assisted with, face-to-face meetings with the public and getting the word out there. And then as part of that too, you'll see there, we received 217 comments that were made as part of those responses. The average age, you can see on slide 11, majority of the respondents were between the age of 26 and 59. So that adult demographic, we did get response from 60 to 74, and then we also tried to target the youth, and actually we're quite happy with the youth participation. One thing of note, when the rec board started the process of doing the rec survey, they had a goal of getting 300 back, because I think when they looked at the total number of responses when this Recreation Master Plan was done in 2017, we said, well, we want to beat that kind of results. So to achieve 418 responses, we're very pleased with the responses we got. Slide 12 just highlights some of the indoor facility priorities. Again, what we did in establishing the survey was we took the priorities that were established in 2017. We didn't add anything at this point. Those were the priorities and objectives that were set out in the original master plan, so we didn't add anything at that point. So when we look at the answers to the questions, some of those things are already there. So I won't spend a lot of time on that slide, but I'll walk you through the individual priorities. Page 13, upgrades to the indoor pool still continue to be a priority. I think based on the comments, majority of that had to do with the environment of the pool, the humidity levels and those types of things. And looking forward, we've completed a scoping audit on the energy efficiency and dealing with that, and that, I believe it came to council as part of our budget requests in updating our HVAC systems. It would be dependent on hopefully getting some more grant funding from the Municipal Center for Climate Change. And second priority was an indoor adventure park. Based on the comments that we received, I think this might have been impacted by COVID and people looking for indoor space to do things. And certainly, I don't know that where that ranks in the achievability of that type of a priority, but it was identified still as a strong priority for the community. Gymnasium space, indoor soccer facility there on slide 15. And again, we do have our joint use agreement with the school boards, and we're just in the process of reviewing that. I believe as part of the MGA, we need to update our joint use agreement, so we're working with the school divisions right now to get that done here this spring. And again, the gymnasium space, I think some of the responses to that relate back to the community's inability during COVID to access the school gymnasiums. Just as an update to council, right now the Catholic School Division is allowing community groups to use the gymnasiums, but the Public School Division is not. So I know that those bookings are coordinated through my office, and we always get the questions, can we or can't we? And some groups, and they're, they've been working directly with some of the schools that are permitting the outdoor community groups to go in. So the need for indoor gymnasium space, I think, can be, related to the inability to access the current schools. The indoor climbing wall, again, that was identified in still as a possible priority. Identified that the Rocky Search and Rescue has expressed an interest in a project such like, that they could use it for training and stuff like that. Okay. The Concert Hall Performance Theater, really, it was listed as number 5, but we received no comments related to that. So I know we've done some improvements to the Lusapa Community Center in the past with sound system and stuff, but no plans at this point to create a larger facility. Slide 18, the Ag Rec Center. Again, it was identified in 2017 to build an Ag Rec Center to provide space for agricultural events. It's our understanding that there are privately owned arenas currently located throughout Clearwater County. No plans at this point. I think if I look back at the original plan for North Saskatchewan River Park from 2000, I think there was something in that plan that called for perhaps an Ag Rec Center, but still identified in the survey as a priority for the area. Slide 19, the seniors facility. Again, it was identified in 2017. Perhaps the Pioneer Center was in need of some new space or renovated space. We haven't had any direct requests from them at this point. Certainly the 2 studies that FCSS conducted with the seniors needs assessment and the social needs assessment do point out that there are recreation activities for our seniors and just no immediate need for improvements to that space that I'm aware of. Gymnastics facility, again, was identified as a facility perhaps needed in the area. Now, we did note that there is a private business offering gymnastics and training instruction in our community. And a special event space was identified as number 9. Again, no real comments came out of the survey, but because it was there in 2017, it did show up as still being ranked as one of those spaces that maybe the community would have some interest in. Slide 22, now we'll deal with more of the outdoor facility priorities listed there with some of the responses and the percentages of people that responded to those. Slide 23, talked a little bit about that already, trail development, and it's ongoing, at least from the town's perspective. We've completed, I mentioned, several little areas, and we're looking in 2022. We try to budget every year to grow our trail system within the community. It's such a well-used system, and my understanding that even the county is looking at, perhaps as they rebuild River Road, is adding a little bit of trail out to North Saskatchewan River Park. I think it would be a very good addition to the trail systems there. Trail lighting identified, again, because of the scope of use of the current trail system. Some areas, would probably benefit from lighting. Outdoor washroom was also identified. Again, that was in 2017. It was to build an outdoor washroom in a destination park. I think some of the responses that came out of this survey was with the addition of the spray park. We designed the building for washrooms. We didn't do the washrooms at this time. And so the results, I still get the comments, are you going to add washrooms to the spray park facility? We've been making do in 2021 with just portables. The pump track was identified as priority number 4 for outdoors. And, as county is probably aware, we have a pump track group that's formed, and they've got quite a large number of members in their Facebook group, and they're working with the Kinets to provide some mentorship and form an official society. We have approved, the town council approved some money in the budget for design work. I've actually have another meeting coming up on Friday with the pump track group, talking about firming up a location in town, and I'll have a report going to town council on March 1st, just to hammer down where that location will be. Change room facility for outdoor sporting, still identified as a priority. I know at one point there was discussion about adding a change room facility as part of the spray park building. That obviously didn't happen, and so we're looking at how can we work with the outdoor sports groups for places for their athletes to change.
I would have just one question right now. I'm trying to understand the metrics of your survey results. Were people instructed to pick, say one out of, or put an importance level? I'm trying to understand how
No.
you arrived at the 37% or the 15% or the number.
That was purely based on the 418 responses, the percentage of people responded to this as a priority.
Okay.
One of the things that I am doing and we'll be working with the rec board is a scoring matrix that we can take the results of this, all these priorities, and score them to rank them as to what is, from a cost benefit perspective, what is achievable now, where does it fit in our short-term, mid-term, long-range plan. So this survey doesn't give us that metrics. It's surely the percentages are based solely on the responses out of the 418, 37% responded that this was a priority for them. Does that answer your question? Okay. The mountain bike terrain park on slide 28, again, it was identified in 2017 as perhaps.
Sorry, I didn't notice Councilor Melhoff has a question as well.
Mine was regarding the mountain bike, so if his was regarding something different, you can go first.
My question was regarding the change room facility that had indicated a price of only $65,000. That made me wonder if there was a decimal missing there.
Yeah, I don't know how they came up with that price in 2017, because that was something that was identified in the 2017 plan, but certainly I don't think that's achievable in today's dollars, for sure.
And not compared to the projected cost for the outdoor washroom.
Yes, no, that was correct. Depending on the size and scope of an outdoor change room facility, I would use perhaps the MA Global Park in Lacombe as their facility for their outdoor sports fields. It's a multi-million-dollar facility in the grand scheme of things to meet the needs of all their groups. I don't know that that's something where we would be looking for, but again, it was identified that still some of those outdoor sports groups are still looking for places for their athletes to change.
And Councilor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So baseline being the mountain, is a mountain in my division, and they are quite a big group, the baseline mountain biking group there, and they actually just secured a washroom from the GOA. I wasn't sure if you were aware of that, so I just wanted to make sure that you knew that. So the GOA will be putting that in this summer to help them with the different competitions, et cetera, that they do. So between that and the pump track, like becoming a destination for biking activities is kind of exciting.
Well, I believe that the pump track group itself is what they'd like to see is in their development is a kiddie track, a more advanced track, and then potential for expansion into a mountain bike skills park right here in town. And so one of the locations we're looking at is its connection to our trail system, but also connected to, a wooded area that you could expand. It wouldn't be of the nature that you'd have at baseline, but certainly an introductory thing. So that is something that we're looking at as part of the overall design of the pump track and hopefully factoring perhaps something in for future development of the mountain bike skills park as well.
Thank you.
Continue on, please.
Okay. 29, the Crimson Lake Trail, again identified in 2017, a well-used park. There, I think there was, and this may be more of a county, discussion about how do we connect from the town trails out to the Crimson Lake Trail and getting across the highway to the Twin Lakes area there, but still identified by 32% of the respondents as something that they would like to see in the future. Slide 30 deals with trail amenities, again, ongoing, whether it's memorial benches, and those types of things, recycling and garbage containers. I know the town is in the process of, we've been fortunate to get some grants, and we're replacing the garbage containers with bear-proof containers throughout town. Slide 31 is dealing with the enhanced skate park. The skate park was built in 2000, and it's starting to show its age. And so it was identified. We do have a fledgling little group that's formed. They held an event at the All Out Skate Jam, and they did several other little in-house events throughout 2021. So I could see that as something that would perhaps come forward as a future development as well, or improvement. And then the larger dog park was still identified from 2017, looking at enlarged area for off-leash use. I've been going backwards here. Slide 33 deals with the outdoor programming space. Again, no comments. I think the original rec master plan called for perhaps an outdoor programming or amphitheater in consort with that area around the skate park. But nothing has come of that, but it's still identified. One of the questions the rec board had is we've got these projects that were identified in 2017. At what point do they come off of that plan? Or, if we've achieved some of these things, is it still a priority? According to this, because we didn't remove anything, it's still, okay, it was there, people checked, yes, it's a priority, but if it wasn't there, would people have identified it? Again, no comments were received in the survey related to this specific item. Slide 24 deals with playgrounds, ongoing playground development through our maintenance and inspections. And, it was identified that Rocky Mountain House, that at least within the town, the number of playgrounds we have per capita is way above the provincial norms. So, kudos, but it does require, ongoing maintenance and making sure they're all meeting CSA standards. And it could be identified that one of those playgrounds was removed when the Helen Hunley structure was put up there. And lastly, under the outdoor was just a note about food services at the museum, the VIC. Now with the development of the spray park, certainly the town does get requests or can entertain requests for food trucks or those types of things throughout the community to meet those needs, whether it's specifically at the museum, the VIC, but anywhere throughout the community. And then the last, portion dealing with programming priorities. And I'll just skip through the various slides here. Again, youth engagement was number one on the priority from a programming perspective, and I think we've seen that. Town Council established the Youth Advisory Council in 2020, and that seems to be going well in getting the youth involved. I know FCSS, Andrea is very involved with the youth through some of their initiatives as well. Slide 38, sport facility maintenance. And again, that's ongoing. We're constant communication with our user groups and with our public works department and planning improvements for our ball diamonds, our recreation facilities. So it's something that it's part of that life cycle, making sure that we have our facilities maintained to a proper standard. Sport tourism still identified as a priority, and we've noted that Rocky is moved forward in some of these initiatives by hosting the Masters Games. Last summer, we hosted an Alberta Wrestling Summer Camp with 100 athletes in town. They are coming back. We just confirmed that booking for 2022. Other sport tourism, I can say we've just confirmed another major booking at the North Saskatchewan River Park with the Ochis First Nation is going to go over to July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, hosting Indian National Finals Rodeo and Indian Relay Racing. So that will be another good event bringing, and hopefully if all goes well, it's an annual event that will come. So we've developed a sport venue information package that we share and with anybody that's interested in coming to Rocky. We've obviously proved ourselves. We've got a great volunteer base and certainly have the capability to host those types of events. Spontaneous activity still remained a priority and it's ongoing. I know my department is always looking at both registered and drop-in activities throughout the community, the recreation center, and again, working with the schools to allow some of these groups to get into the schools to use their gymnasium spaces. Playground redevelopment plan, again, it's ongoing, our playground inspections, maintenance. One of the things that I do, we talked about playgrounds. It was identified that we perhaps need to replace that playground that was taken out by the Helen Hunley. There was conversation about having another small playground by the Spray Park. So that's something that we're looking forward to in the future. Community development programming on slide 42. Again, the town has continued with their community grant program, small grant, large grant. And then my staff, we also work with different community groups, researching and development of grant applications, networking with community groups and assisting them with, obvious ones that we've done in the past were the Spray Park group, the football club, work with them on developing their CFEP grant applications and more arts programming was still identified as a priority. This was identified in the social master plan that FCSS did, indicated that there are opportunities for cultural and arts endeavors. The Craft Guild, again with COVID, not really able to host new courses, but it's something we work with them and other groups as needed. Senior programming still identified as a priority. Ongoing, one of the things that the town did last year was implemented a free recreation pass for all seniors over 75, and that's been well received. And again, in an effort to keep our seniors healthy and active. And the FCSS, obviously they host Seniors Week. And then the Seniors and Social Needs Assessment did identify that there's lots of programming out there. It's just sometimes the message isn't getting out. Slide 45, again, we talked about the Rocky Arts and Craft Guild offerings, very successful group. Slide 46, the Volunteer Center, 2018. We hired an FCS's program coordinator, and Rebecca is doing a terrific job of coordinating volunteers throughout the community. And that is now obviously the new location. Down in the old post house, been very successful. A lot of positives received about that move down into that new space. Slide 47, we talked a little bit about redevelopment plan for the North Saskatchewan River Park. A lot of work has been done, but we're still looking at what's next steps in improving that facility. Obviously, with the improvements to the highway access, that will go a long ways, as well as the improvements the county's planning on River Road. I think will go a long way for the development of that. I do hope that I don't have anything in this year's budget, but in 2023's budget, looking for some funds for developing that plan. It's what's the long-term vision for that facility? You know, whether it's washroom facilities or what's next for out there and what that looks like, and certainly working with our groups like RASA and the Chuck Wagons, our major event holders out there. What types of things can we put out there? I know we are getting lots of requests for weddings out there, so without water and washrooms, that to me would be the next logical step in development in the future. And then communications, again, the town has hired our communications coordinator in 2018, and we're always striving to communicate all the things happening, certainly through our social media and website. Rental awareness was identified as a priority, and it's ongoing. We have an event rental packages, and our staff are always entertaining questions and working with groups that are interested in bringing events to our community and renting our facilities. Slide 50 deals with, again, here's some things that were not priorities in 2017, but these are things that people mentioned in the survey as perhaps additional priorities. Programming, one of them was, creating a winter festival in February, something that's not Family Day related. But, so again, no plans at this point, but it was identified as perhaps something to look forward to. Slide 52, an outdoor beach volleyball courts. I think some of this was identified because of the lack of access to the indoor gym space. So can we create some outdoor volleyball spaces? The outdoor facility, the credit union co-op field lighting. Actually, that should read Curtis Field lighting. And, the Rocky Football Club is just waiting on approval. I know not last week, the week before, we did get some questions from the CFAP group so that we know that they're reviewing that application. And again, we'll hopefully, I believe the deadline is March is when they should hear one way or another. The programming room, the Canalta Play space at the Recreation Center. It's open for drop-ins use. Again, with COVID and some of the restrictions, it's probably been underutilized the last couple of years. And the indoor facility adding change rooms to the Sports and Wellness Center. I know that we were approached by the Rocky Rams to consider adding a standalone change room to the facility. There's not a whole lot that we can do with the existing structure inside, but council did approve some funding to look at a feasibility study for that in 2022. And then the outdoor facility, the boat launch, still identified it does get utilized. It's not a formal boat launch, my understanding, but it does get used by emergency services and recreational use at this point. So that sort of in a nutshell is the results of the survey.
Thank you. Thank you. With regards to the boat launch, my understanding is it couldn't be a licensed boat launch due to the water intake, just because that big cement water intake is right there. Is there a different proposed location or thoughts around any of that, or am I diving way into the future here and things that haven't been talked about?
Well, from the town's perspective, I don't know if there's been any further discussion on another location. Again, that I think is actually not actually technically part of the town, where the boundary lies to access that. I know the town is looking at redeveloping that Riverside Park. Yes, the Riverside Park. We're looking at redeveloping that, but I don't know that there's discussion right now about improving the boat launch.
Oh, thank you.
This is just a question outside of the survey. I know that we have to update our agreements with the school boards, the JUPAs, is that scheduled for this coming year or next year with the town?
Well, I
with the
believe
school
the
boards?
current agreements expire in 2023.
Okay,
We're starting that process now.
okay.
Looking at those agreements, they should be reviewed every 5 years. It certainly hasn't happened in my time, but I know that the CAO and myself are meeting with the Wildrose School Division Superintendent next week to start that process. And again, because of the lack of access right now, it's probably timely but we have agreements in place. They just need to be reviewed and perhaps that's on the books to happen this year.
Any additional questions? Any closing comments?
No, again, as I mentioned, the next steps, town council asked for administration to work with the Recreation Board on developing a scoring matrix that will help us perhaps rank these. Yes, the communities give us a priority, but now where do we as administration and councils look at how do we, gauge and say, okay, here's what the community wants, but what's next steps, what's feasible, what's in the short term, long term, and putting some of these things, into our long range plans, certainly from a capital perspective.
Any further questions, Councilor Melham?
Thank you. So you mentioned that this is all from 2017 and the survey was based on 2017's recommendations and all the stuff involving 2017. Is there anything in the future for redoing an entire master plan so that you can get a brand new updated version of this?
Well, I think the 2017 master plan was a 10-year plan, right?
Okay.
So this survey we did is sort of halfway mark. And it's just a snapshot in time, right? It's nowhere near in depth of what you would get if you had hired consultants to start the process from scratch and do a lot of community engagement. We didn't do that. It was like, here's a survey, we put it out through the SurveyMonkey tool, we advertised it, we did some boots on the ground at Market on Main. And again, is it a scientifically relevant data? No, I think we have to look at it as, here's what were priorities in 2017. Are they still, priorities now? But yeah, certainly that would be something that is probably a couple of years away before you start to reconsider, what's the next 10-year plan.
Perfect, thank you.
Any further questions? Any further questions? Well, I might just comment myself that thank you very much for your presentation and the update. It looks like it's been a very busy time since 2017 and much has been accomplished. Definitely, I enjoyed reading the comments in the survey and seeing where the public would like to see things in the future and on all the different priorities or proposals that are there. I think it would be a great place to live, work, and play for sure, and maybe where adventure begins even. So ultimately, I would commend you on your report. And I'm looking for any further questions from council? Any closing comments?
No, just in response to your reading the comment, interesting as you read through that I don't know that sometimes the public realizes what we've actually done. Because you get comments, and you say, well, we've already done it, right? We've already achieved those goals, but sometimes the public doesn't know. And maybe that's on us for not tooting our horn, saying, hey, look at all the positive things that we've accomplished in and around our community.
Thank you for that. So looking for a motion here that the council receives the updated Rocky Mountain House Regional Recreation Master Plan Final Report, September 2017, with Appendix G dash 2021 Recreation Survey Results for information as presented. Looking for a motion to that effect. I'm going to go to Councillor Cermak. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much for joining us.
Oh, thank you. Again, I apologize for being a month late. But
well, thank you for your patience as we work through our agenda today as well.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. looking across the room, is it possible, do you think, to bear into 9.2, the capital projects, or is that, am I out of line there? We are past the point where we could have a recess, but I don't know if we're quite ready for that recess yet.
Is lunch here? I don't think lunch has arrived yet.
No.
So we
So
certainly
I
could.
want to be a taskmaster where I can and keep us moving towards, I know some of our counselors have a bookend on their time commitment today, so I want to respect that as much as possible.
Certainly. I'm comfortable moving ahead with the capital project status update.
Please.
Perhaps I'll go over the highlights, and if there's
Sure.
specific questions, I'll try to answer them. If I'm unable, we will respond by email with further details. So first up is the corporate services, which is the broadband initiative. So an update on construction. So construction of the main point of presence. We've got an enormous amount of work done on that facility. And right now, we're waiting for the power connection to come in so that we can complete the installation and hookups and so forth. So we're looking for that in later February, early March. Unfortunately, there's a delay on that. As far as construction goes, weather permitting, we're continuing to jet fiber and splice along the route. And you can see by the percentages there, our level of accomplishment that I'm quite pleased with. I hope council is as well. So we've got the Caroline Pop Shelter pilings in, and that shelter was made off-site and being brought in this week to be placed.
Councillor Melhoff, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Is there an opportunity to maybe set up a tour of this main building so we can have I know that there's a picture, but that's not quite the same as getting to see it, the full picture. Is that possible?
Certainly, that was to be able to accommodate that for council so you could see what we've actually accomplished. I was over there about a week or so ago, and I just find it amazing how we've been able to transform what was essentially a storage facility into a functioning electronics data center. So I think you'll be equally as impressed with that. So our only concern is making sure that it's safe for viewing there. So I will touch base with information technology and we'll include that in the next report back as to when we can schedule that.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. And we've been busy as well with, and I may be jumping ahead here, but with the Farrier to Nordegg portion of it, of the initiative, and working to bring in that point of presence shelter as well out there, and that's gone quite well too. Working on the financial plan, we're having weekly meetings with IBI and helping them to fine tune that financial plan. So our target date is to bring that back to the February 22nd council meeting to review that business plan with council. And we're continuing to work through the request for proposal that came from a notice of motion under the previous council, and continuing to review those submissions, and we will bring those to council at a future date as well with some background information.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Do we have any estimate of when we can like light people up, for lack of a better term?
It all depends. I know that's not the answer you're looking for. Keep in mind, we have lit the Historic Center. So there is service being provided there through our contracted network operator. So that's our first success in terms of actual service delivery. And keeping in mind that the county's approach to this initiative has been to be a facilitator as opposed to be a direct service provider. So it's greatly going to depend on now that we're nearing completion of construction and our work plans are to complete construction of phases 1, 2, and 6 in 2022, we would look to partnering with internet service providers to actually take the signal from there and pass it on. So there's a possibility it could be this year, and that's what we're looking forward to.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions on the broadband initiative, I'll move on to Public Works Infrastructure. And are there any specific questions on any of the projects that are noted there?
Councillor Cermak.
I was just looking at the broadband one. Sorry, Murray, I missed you.
No problem.
How many more dollars is this adding to this project doing winter work on it? Is it slowing it down considerably or not?
No, it's really not actually, because our contractors were so successful in getting the fiber and the conduit in the ground before winter hit. They were completely prepared to be doing the jetting and so forth. The colder weather has meant that they can't get out there as much, but we're really not missing in terms of time, and we're not really incurring any additional costs because of that. So I think we're still ahead of schedule and staying within budget on costs as well.
Okay, yeah, the only reason I ask is because just east of the town of Caroline, I see a truck sitting in the ditch there for the last 3 days working on a fiber line. I didn't know that it took 3 days to hook up one site. I guess maybe it does.
Yeah, likely because of the splicing requirements
Yeah.
and so forth. But we're actually be able to go out in the winter weather, and it's helping us stay ahead of the game.
Yeah, okay. Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
I was just wondering about incurred cost for winter work.
Thank you for that. Continue on, please.
Okay, so Public Works, are there any specific questions, or do you want me to go through these projects at all?
Not seeing any questions.
I do have one question on a road. Can you answer that?
Ask me the question and then I'll tell you if I can answer it.
I better get to the road here. The road build is on Range Road 6-2, Township 36-0. That's the one down the Burnt Stick Lake Road, about 4 miles in, over east a mile, and then it's a dead-end road heading north. What is the status on that job, and what does it all curtail? Are we just taking out trees? Or rebuilding the road, or what?
And I'm sorry, I don't have the information for that specifically, but I will find it for you.
Thank you.
This is one of those occasions where I lean on my team.
Yep.
To provide that, and we'll respond through an email to all of council with that information.
Yeah, I only ask because I've had some phone calls from residents there that were wondering what was happening and what was being spent and what was the lay of the land, and because I understand there was trees taken out, there is holes drilled in the road and stuff like that.
And I would take the opportunity as well to remind all residents, if you have questions about what we're doing, please don't hesitate to call the main office, and we will put you through to the folks that have that information so that residents can get it as quickly as possible, as accurately as possible. Just to clarify, Councillor, that was Range Road 6-2 and Township Road 36-0?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 6-2 and 36-0.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for that, and please continue.
Are there any other questions about Public Works?
Seeing none. Go ahead, please.
I would just recommend acceptance of the capital update report for information.
Absolutely, Councillor Graham. Okay, Any further discussion? Your light's on. Did you have an
Oh,
additional
sorry.
question? But looking for any further questions? No, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
An appropriate time for a recess. Let's be back here right promptly at 1. Welcome back after our recess. It's moving on to item 8.1, and that is the Clearwater County Highway Patrol 2021 Annual Report. And I see we have our Sergeant Terry Miller with us today, and I would like to welcome her here and turn the floor across to her for the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I gave you earlier, I think in your package or prior to your package, one that was a little bit different than the one that I'm going to actually do today. Statistically, it's still the same information, it's just a different format for you. Sorry, I gotta take all my stuff off here, there we go. One of the things that I wanted to do for the new councillors, because I think Reeve Lougheed and Councillor Swanson, you have seen some of the information that is in this report, other than the stats from 2021. So for those of you that are not familiar with our program or not really sure of what our program is, our mission statement is to protect infrastructure and ensure the safety of the public through proactive and professional law enforcement within the community, and to assist in the reduction of rural crime through education and engagement, as well as enhanced patrols. Some of our program goals are, again, to educate industry and public with regards to our infrastructure and the importance of protecting bridges and infrastructure roads as such. Traffic safety, again, rural crime reduction strategies, and emergency management. We regulate and regulate the conduct of public and industry using the proactive enforcement model that we've developed over the last few years. And we want to foster relationships with community members, industry, and other enforcement agencies within our areas. We want to create a public image and maintain a focus of creating a safe community within Clearwater. And we also added a last one. The last one is added because of all of the recreational users that we've seen in the last couple of years really coming out to the West Country. So we want to ensure the safety of recreational users and the protection of the environment through compliance with regards to traffic safety, safe use of OHVs, respecting the land and camping and fire safety as well. We have 4 officers currently working within the county. There's myself, I'm the manager and sergeant of the program, as well as Ron McIver, who was a commercial vehicle inspector for 10 years and then came over to the county 16 years ago. Jason Lucas was 18 years with the RCMP as a corporal on traffic services and has been with us for approximately 6 years now. And Chad Cumberland was 10 years with the sheriffs out of Red Deer and came on 18 months ago, I think, maybe just about 2 years ago now. We are employed, community peace officers are employed by the municipalities, but we're governed and regulated through the Solicitor General's office. That's who we get our authorities from for our provincial acts and regulations, and that's who more or less gives us the ability or the authority to be able to enforce those provincial statutes. We also do a number of provincial acts, and they're all listed on the screen and in your PowerPoint at this time. The main one is the Traffic Safety Act, as well as the Public Lands Act, and then the rest kind of just fall in depending on what kind of work we're doing within the municipality or what kind of complaints we actually get. Because commercial vehicles are so prevalent within the county, commercial vehicle safety is a really big part of what we do. We do inspections on those trucks. We were CVSA inspectors, and then when the province changed to sheriffs and put their commercial vehicle inspectors as sheriffs and giving them the ability to do other jobs, we felt that we could better do our inspections and focus more on the education part of the farm vehicles, doing a little bit more education as opposed to inspections and enforcement. We still do inspections, but we do them under our own program underneath the county umbrella now, and it gives us the ability to inspect for a lot more things when we do commercial vehicles, farm vehicles, or passenger vehicles. The CVSA inspectors did strictly commercial vehicles. By going away from doing the solely commercial vehicles, we have the ability to deal with a lot
lot bigger variety of vehicles that travel our roadways. And we find that it's a lot more efficient use of our time at this point. Moving forward, infrastructure protection is a big part of it, and that's where our commercial vehicles come into play. We're starting to see an increase again. There was a real downtrend for the last probably 3 or 4 years as far as commercial vehicle traffic within our county, and now we're starting to see a little bit of an uptick with regards to the number of commercial vehicles traveling. The next part of the PowerPoint or the presentation is just a little bit of an overview of what the officers did last year with regards to commercial vehicle overloads. It was really a strange year for us because of COVID. We weren't allowed to interact quite as much as we wanted to with the commercial drivers and stuff. So some of these numbers have stayed the same or got a little bit less, but we still detected over 48 overloads on our county roads. The officers chose to issue 25 tickets for those, and 11 of those 48 were bridge overloads. And unfortunately, for those of you that aren't aware, it was all on the James River Bridge. That's where all of the overloads ended up being. So we're still having a big problem down there. And the officers are spending a lot of time focusing on that particular area, trying to keep that bridge integrity in place so that it doesn't have to get closed again. Even with the reduction in traffic, we still had a really, really large number of commercial vehicles that traveled through our county. There were 5,317 single-trip permits issued within the county, which means that the truck had something that was not a standard configuration. It either had a booster, a Jeep, or a wheeler on it. So those single-trip permits were issued for the year, but they did not include all of the traffic. So all the frac moves that come in are not included in this number. So you see the little bit of an uptick from 2020. We're starting to get back up into that 2019, not quite as busy as 2018, but it's starting to trend back up. Road use agreements are established by the county. Certain number of vehicle moves within a certain amount of time is what triggers the road use agreement. The county issued 400 road use agreements last year, and out of those 400 road use agreements, there were 55,847 truck pieces or pieces to those road use agreements. So the numbers are really, really big when you think about 400 permits issued covering just about 56,000 vehicle components. And it does not include those 5,317 single-trip loads that were registered within our county. So lots of commercial vehicle movement back in the county again. Yes. Absolutely, sorry.
I see
Yeah,
Councillor
absolutely.
Milhoff has a question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we charge for road use agreements?
No.
How much admin time do you think it takes to do that and then patrol it?
The administrative time is done by Public Works out of Eric's office, so I couldn't answer that question. I can get you the information, but I'm just not sure what that entails. I don't know if they inspect the areas depending what the loads are. Patrol time, we get copies of all of the road use agreements, and the guys try and go out and do a quick visual check or talk to the drivers and stuff of just about all of them. Unfortunately for us, they give such a time, like a big time space, like they'll go from the 1st of February to the 15th of February. Any time within that period, those units could be moving. And it's really hard for us to actually know when they're moving, so we don't get quite as many as we'd like to. We don't definitely get them all, but we get a large number of them. So that's probably a good portion of the time that the officers are spending out on the road now is checking those road use agreements.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, Reeve Law. He just yell, because I'll just keep on going. Public safety, as I indicated, is another really key component for us. The two actually go hand in hand. The commercial vehicle safety and public safety. You have big trucks. You obviously have smaller passenger vehicles, and the two don't mix very well. So we try and
work with both groups and try and ensure the safety of everybody. We have been legislated to do a traffic safety plan, and that traffic safety plan has to be done every 3 years and is submitted to the Justice Department to sort of give them an idea of what we're doing and what we're planning on doing, and how for the 3 years we're going to try and get down to what they call Vision Zero. And Vision Zero is 0 traffic fatalities within the province. So everything that we do falls within that traffic safety plan, number one, and number two, the direction that we get from council on how they want the program within our municipality to operate. We have 3 detachments that we work really closely with. We work with Sundre, Rocky, and Rimbey, who you have all had an acquaintance with. The priorities that are set through the traffic safety plan, the reason that the Justice Department wants it done, or the Alberta government wants it done, is so that everybody within the province is sort of working on the same key messaging when it comes to education, awareness, and enforcement within the province. Understanding that each program does have key points from each council or each administration that the peace officers work with. Our officers monitor the traffic on the roads for weight compliance, as well as speed and traffic safety, protecting county infrastructure, trying to reduce fatalities and serious injuries within our county on our roads, monitoring those large commercial hauls, again, brings it back to the public safety aspect of it, ensuring the safe movement of county traffic and county roads maintenance. And also, again, because of the stuff that was happening out west, we added the OHV operations. So we do have programs within the county that started a number of years ago to help educate and work with OHV operators in the West Country to try and keep them safe. We do a lot of work with our enforcement partners, being Fish and Wildlife, or sheriffs now, I guess, and commercial vehicles, as well as the RCMP. Our biggest ones that this council may be aware of or may not be are the joint force operations out of Nordegg with Blackfalds traffic unit, and the long weekend and OHV patrols that we do, the task forces that we do throughout the summer months. May long weekend has been a big focus for us. I know that the other long weekends have become very, very busy and are becoming more of a focal point for our task force teams now than they were in previous years. And you can go to the next slide there, Tracy, thank you. This is just sort of a high-level overview of where the statistics are as far as files that we've gotten over the past year in 2021. You can see that the largest piece of the pie on the files part or complaint portion of it is infrastructure, traffic, and public safety. That is just nature of the beast when we're dealing with such a big county and so much commercial traffic. We have, like I said, developed a program for vehicle inspections, so vehicle inspections will still be up there, but it won't say commercial, because now we're focusing not only on the commercial vehicles, we're focusing on the passenger vehicles that are not compliant on the roadways, i.e., trailers hauling, or trucks hauling trailers, pickup trucks hauling trailers that don't have emergency breakaways, lights not working. So a few more things on passenger vehicles than we focused on in previous years. The next biggest part of our pie, unfortunately, was courts and warrants. And the court part of it is people pleading not guilty to tickets that they've been issued, and then we end up having to do the work and going to court and dealing with all the stuff that's administrative with regards to the court side of it. We did do an awful lot in previous years with education for industry and public by going to companies and giving them educational talks. That had, again, because of COVID, has been reduced quite substantially in the last year. We're hoping maybe this 2022 we can pick that back up. We've got a few talks set up already. So we're kind of hoping that COVID will kind of go away and we can get back into the education part of it with industry and the general public.
tickets, y'all don't, nobody likes the ticket part of it, but it does give a really clear picture of, again, where we've got some serious problems. Speeding is broken down into a couple different things. General speed is the blue, and then the orange is for what we call excessive speed, which is 40 kilometers and over. And just to give you an idea, we had 187 speeds of over 40 kilometers over. Out of that 187, 51 of them, or 49 of them, sorry, were over 50. Highest speed that we had was 97 over the posted speed. So some really, still really, really high speeds. And I don't even know what to do to actually, to get the people to slow down. It's just, everyone's in a hurry and they just don't slow down. So we were really actually quite surprised at the number of high speeds that we did actually encounter in 2021 compared to even the other years, like previous years to that. We saw an increase in the no insurance and unregistered. Unregistered might be because now they're not giving, they're not mailing out the notifications. So we're seeing a lot more of that, but the no insurance, another one that's been up, maybe a sign of, you know, the financial times that we're in. Hard to say. We did see, again, reduction of OHV violations, but that was just due to less patrols or less actual OHV patrols in the West Country because of COVID. And the ticket numbers are up slightly, but not really, really drastically. And in those numbers as well, I wanted to make a really good point too, that the officers are not just ticket generating. There was 16% of the tickets that were issued also were warnings. So there were 16% of the total number was warnings, which is kind of a nice balance. They're not, what did they call it, piling on tickets, I guess. So they're being very fair when they're dealing with the people. Rural crime reduction, and I know that some of you may be saying, well, we don't do rural crime, we don't deal with it. The way that our officers deal with rural crime reduction is through project lockup and proactive patrols. Just even showing the doors in some of the rural communities is a detriment to, you know, maybe that person that's thinking about breaking into a property or stealing a car, and it's one of those things that we can't measure. So it's very difficult for us to say that we have reduced crime because it's an unmeasurable for us. Moving in that direction is a little bit difficult for us to actually gauge. So, is Councillor Graham or?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm so enthralled by your presentation that I wasn't looking left and right.
I saw it flashing. So.
Thank you. I've read about other counties where they have programs that you can sign up if you're going to be away from your home with peace officers, and seeing that we only have 4 officers, it might not be possible here, but you sign up when you're going to go on a holiday or something and they just drive past once a day in the area. Is that something that we do or no?
So we don't do it, and the reason that we don't do it is because of the geographical area that we have to cover for Clearwater County is huge. And it's very, very difficult for us to be able to promise somebody. And one of the things that we thought about and talked about with other municipalities that do it, that are smaller than us, is if you take that responsibility on and you don't get a chance to do it and something happens, then they're pointing fingers back at us. So for us to be able to do that sufficiently within Clearwater County, we'd probably have to double what we've got, and then we would become security guards for people. And that I don't think is the role that we want to be in right now, just because of the, again, liability. If something does happen and we say that we couldn't get to it because we were busy in another area, I think it would be really difficult. It's something we did look at a number of years ago, though, when it started coming out. And I think, Councillor Graham, some of the places that are looking at it and are doing it are probably more your urban areas, maybe more so than your bigger county areas, like smaller counties, smaller municipalities, maybe. So. The proactive patrol side of it, the 4 officers, so I don't get out of the office, unfortunately, as much as I'd like. But between the 3 officers and myself, we just did under 180,000 kilometers last year in patrol. So that's an average of just under 4,000 kilometers per officer per month. So they're definitely out there. I guess my biggest complaint to some of the officers is like, you never come in. You know, are you working? I need to see you. You need to come in. So they're definitely out and about in the different areas. There's a list of the partnerships. A lot of those have become sheriffs now, but I still like breaking them down into what their roles are. So Fish and Wildlife and commercial vehicles are sheriffs. But when I personally talk sheriffs, I talk the highway patrol sheriffs being, you know, the ones that are out and actually doing the traffic side of it. And I want to keep the specialized units a little bit more separated or segregated from being called sheriffs. Education, big part of what we do pre-COVID. Like I said, I hope we get back into it. One of the programs that we developed in the county about 5 or 6 years ago was a positive ride program. And this program, when it started, it was just meant to be solely for Clearwater County, and we didn't expect it to go anywhere other than Clearwater County. And I sit on a board with the University of Alberta that deals in head trauma from off-highway vehicle incidents. And one of the meetings that we went to, the Positive Ride program, was brought up and we talked about it. And Ontario actually has a version of it for their off-highway and snowmobile trails now. So it's actually gone and expanded further than Clearwater County, which is, it's really impressive that we actually are in that field in so many different places within the country. It educates riders on the importance of the safe operation, and how we do that is we do it through peer pressure or positive interaction with the people. We'll stop a group of people and we'll have like frisbees and sunglasses or little lanterns for the adults and different things for little prizes. But the only way that you would get that prize is if your entire group was 100% compliant with all of the things that we have noted on our positive ride ticket. And it's really quite comical because some of the children want that frisbee or want those sunglasses and their dad doesn't have their registration with them. And then they're sitting and pouting, well, Dad, why don't you have that registration with you? You should be carrying it. I want that frisbee. And, you know, the next weekend, all of a sudden, you know, little Joey's waving us down. My dad's got it. Can we have it now? So it's been a really, really good program for us. And it actually is teaching more than just the safe ride of the off-highway vehicles. It's teaching the children not to be scared of the enforcement people when they're out there, you know, and teaching them that, you know, they can make a difference by influencing how their parents do things as well. So it's worked out very well for us, and we're super excited and hope we can get back out doing it again a bit more this year. 2 other programs that we got involved in, Mad Canada phoned me and asked if we would be interested in doing 2 programs with them, and there was no cost for it. They supplied all these great signs, and it was just a little bit of advertising when we go out and do our patrols and stuff. One is Report Impaired Boaters, and the other one is Report Impaired Riders. And Clearwater was chosen for the rider one for the specific reason of the task forces and all of the off-highway vehicles we have in our West Country. The boater one, I'm not quite sure how we got into that one, but Alberta Environment and Parks came in and they offered to put out the signs for us, and you know, they're working a little bit more with us now, and it's been a really good program. They do say that they have received calls with regards to the impaired boater program from people that are out boating and seeing things going on that maybe aren't safe from a boating perspective. The report impaired riders for off-highway vehicles and stuff were just put out this spring, so we haven't seen sort of any feedback with regards to the rider program. So you'll see signs out in different places, some of them big, some of them little, and hopefully it will alleviate some of those impaired riders and boaters.
Councillor Swanson.
Just looking at the picture I'm looking at, it says pull over, call 911. I'm just thinking as a dispatch system, is that effective? Or, I'm also thinking of a report a poacher as well, right? That 1-800 number. How long have we been involved with this particular program?
The boater one, so the RCMP are involved in it as well. The boater one has been 2 years now. Because it's impaired and it was criminal code and it's federal waters, the RCMP, the 911 is the only way that we can actually do it. So to do something like report a poacher is a little bit difficult because it would have to go to the police. So their dispatch center is aware of the programs and is supportive of the programs because of the impaired side of it. So one of the things that's nice now too for the impaired side of it is December of last year, so a year ago, impaired driving went to administrative penalties. So it doesn't fall under the criminal code, it falls under the Traffic Safety Act now. And the number of impaired drivers that have been picked up because it's out of the court system and it makes the job easier for the enforcement officers to actually issue the contraventions with regards to impaired driving and doesn't take them off the road for like the whole shift. We've seen the number of impaired drivers and even 24-hour suspensions and everything just like increase like exponentially. Like I actually should have brought the numbers from it because it's quite substantial how it's changed just moving it to an administrative penalty. They still get looked after, but they don't get a criminal record out of it unless there's death or grievous bodily harm that's involved in it, and then they can go criminally. But it's definitely helped alleviate the pressure from the administrative side for the RCMP and the police departments moving forward. So some of the other education sessions that we are doing and have been doing in the previous years is talks on load securement, trip inspections. We'll talk about dangerous driving and problems with that, weights and dimensions, equipment, and just any provincial legislation. One of the things that we actually did develop a few years ago was a farm safety brochure, and they're available. I think there might be some in the office here, like in the building here, but they're available through our office as well. And again, another reason we changed the way that we do our vehicle inspections was we wanted to actually encourage people to come and ask questions with regards to, being safe on the roads with their loads and their trailers and their balers and all the other different stuff, as opposed to, us stopping them or worse, them getting into a collision because they've got some equipment problems and then ending up getting a violation ticket out of it. So we wanted to try and educate a little bit more as to some of the rules and legislation that were out there that maybe people aren't familiar with or just don't understand why they're the way that they are. The next slide is just some of the community engagement things that we do. Project Lockup is an RCMP program, again, for reduction of rural crime that the whole province, all the peace officers and everyone in the province was involved in. As I said, impaired boaters and riders, the Police Advisory Committee, CPAC, Crime Watch, Long Weekend Task Force, Rocky Safety Day, which has been virtual for the last couple of years. And I know Ron and Jason really want to get back out with the Frisbees and stuff for the kids. So Clearwater Rural Crime Trade Show, and I don't think we've seen that since pre-COVID. Traffic safety committees that I sit on, the Alberta Traffic Safety Council, Sasquatch program, encouraging those safe places to go camping. The Vision O that we talked about with regards to reducing fatalities within our province to zero. Our Positive Ride program. The SOS program within the schools is a program that we work through with a magazine called SOS. We don't actually go into the schools with it, but we're part of their program. Peace Officer Memorial Day, mock collisions with the schools, charity check stop. And unfortunately, we didn't do that this year because of COVID. MAD Canada has been a part of some of the things that we do. Nordic Days, ATV rallies within the county. The JFOs and the Off-Highway Vehicle Steering Committee. So they're involved, officers are involved in a lot of different areas when it comes to education, and different committees that they sit on, or I sit on, to try and make changes in legislation and rules and regulations within the province. So in conclusion, our 2022 objectives, I sat down with the guys, and they haven't changed since 2021. We're just going to continue to monitor and assist industry to ensure compliance and consistency within the program that we have within the county. Continue to work as much as we can with COVID, with the individuals and community groups to address their local concerns. I know you had one of the ladies in this morning, a delegation this morning, and we were working with her, trying to get her some different ideas, and it sounded like she gave a very good presentation this morning with regards to her direction. Continue doing our proactive patrols and trying to assist with that rural crime. Ensure that the officer training, we have to make sure that our officers are trained. Clearwater County has always been very, very good with regards to making sure that we're all trained to meet or exceed the expectations of the provincial government. I'm going to continue to keep the county administration informed of everything that we're doing and take direction from administration and council as to how they want the program to change based on their needs. And we're going to continue working with the RCMP and other enforcement agencies within our county on the joint ventures as a team. And that's sort of the end of that presentation. There are more detailed statistics, I think, in the first one, that package that I gave you. And if you want any more detail than that, I'm a detail person. I can give you all sorts of charts and stuff through Christine. So, and there's a friend of mine.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. You mentioned that you've been working with the lady that was here this morning. It was great to hear such positive things regarding Officer Lucas from her as well. It's great when people are able to praise law enforcement. Yes. That doesn't happen very often. What things do you think would actually really impact slowing people down? Is it the speed that she's recommending, the making people stop? Like, what are some things that you think we should be fighting for?
One of the challenges, and when I was speaking with her when she first phoned with her concerns, one of the challenges that we have from an enforcement perspective is when the yellow lights go on, it's all it says in legislation, I can't remember the exact words, is they have to slow down. It doesn't say slow down to how fast, it just says they have to slow down and go through cautiously. There's 10 people in this room, and everybody's idea of slow down and proceed cautiously is different. So it makes it really difficult for a law enforcement officer who sees somebody go past the yellow lights on the school bus to determine whether, in my mind, was that cautious? Maybe in my mind it was, maybe in his mind it wasn't. So I think it would be very, very beneficial to encourage government to change to a speed limit past those school buses, because that would give us something to work with. It's a perfect example is like the red lights, you have to stop. It's black and white, you have to stop. But the yellow lights, those little kids standing on the side of the road, and a lot of times they're not there with their parents, they just are excited to get on the bus, and they don't even look. And I know that the major highways, 22 and 11 and stuff, it's turning on the red lights as they're approaching is not a good thing to do. We had that conversation because that was one thing she asked, and it was just not a good thing because the kids associate the red lights to it's safe to go. And they don't look left and right. They don't make sure traffic stops before they just go. So I think some sort of a speed limit past those, and I think that she's in a really good place right now, getting resolutions, getting that, political backing from her municipality and generating it to higher levels. That's how it's changed. I do also work with the Alberta Chiefs of Police, and it was mentioned there, so there might be some push from that coming into 2022 as well. But I think that she's on the right track with what she's asking and what she wants to see within, especially the rural communities. You got 100-kilometer-an-hour road, and I know the first time talking with Jason that he went out there, he said that there was a semi coming up over the, sort of over the rise, and the bus lights were red. And if it would have been a tall icy like it has been in the last few days, the bus would have been hit, the kid would have been hit, and the truck would have been in the ditch. So there has to be, I think just a slow down speed on a yellow would be better, because people see the yellow and they just drive right through.
Well, the yellow lights when you, oh, I'm sorry, supplemental?
Yes,
Sorry.
please.
The yellow lights even in town, when they're doing crosswalks, you have to slow down to 30. So it would
Yeah.
make sense that they would put an actual, a measurable mnemonic for you guys to actually be able to use.
Same with-
Otherwise, it doesn't, measurable metrics are not mnemonic.
Yeah. Same with, going past emergency vehicles and, stuff like that. There's a measurable speed. And we use that quite often, but there's just nothing measurable on those school bus yellow lights. So I think she's on the right page moving forward the way she is.
For sure. Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I'm just wondering if you have a ratio or a percentage of the number of overloads that go through the county and the number that you detect.
Ooh,
Like,
no, I don't. Because, like the number of actually permanent overloads or illegal overloads?
illegal overloads.
Wow. No, I don't. That's a really hard one. I don't even know how we would measure that, because when you look, if we have 50 and we pick on just specific roads that we know we've got problems on, yeah, I don't even know how I would
okay.
go about getting that answer for you. Because it would just be a guess on my part as to how many people were illegally running on our roads. That'd be a really hard one.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
right.
I have to think about that one, but
Thank you anyway.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. To kind of piggyback off of our delegation this morning, it's very much appreciated how diligent you guys have been, and it's nice to see, as from a truck driver perspective, it's nice to see all the good things that you guys are out there, not that giving us tickets isn't good things, but the good things that you're out there doing too. Watch how I say that. But I appreciate seeing all the programs and stuff, and that you presented that to us, because we can go out there and tell everyone, like, I didn't know of all these programs. So I appreciate your presentation, and I look forward to educating people a little bit about you guys some more.
yeah, thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Just sort of comment on for the protection of the Clearwater County's infrastructure and stuff, I don't think there's any penalties or enforcement rules or regulations for the waste transfer sites. Like, I know that the transfer site cards were developed and stuff, I think in order to protect the waste transfer sites in Clearwater County. But I was just wondering your opinion if
So you're talking about overloads going into the waste transfer site?
yeah, just non-compliant users, like maybe, from different municipalities that are using the county.
So I know we've never focused on that area, and it's something that we can look at. I think, we could probably set something up there. There's no exemptions for them, so to speak. Like, they still have to be compliant with all the weights that we have within our municipalities on our roads, because everybody has to be. But at the end of the day, we've never focused on that.
Yeah, it was more or less just for non-municipal, like users from out of this municipality using the transfer sites. Like, they might not be overloaded and stuff, but they might be out of Clearwater County, right? And I think that's with those transfer site cards, that's why they were developed.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Like,
Yeah.
using the cards is, okay, I see what you're saying.
To me, it seems like there was policies and stuff created with the cards. I know I talked about this before, but I just.
And then we aren't familiar with those. Like, we've never done, when the transfer stations were changed over to giving the residents cards, I wasn't made aware of concerns or anything with regards to enforcement from that side of it.
Just
So that
clarify
might,
just a little bit. If the cards were just eliminated and there was fines or penalties that could be used and to have to eliminate non-compliant users from dumping their garbage at the transfer sites.
Did we do that? Have we done that?
Mr. Hagan?
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of that.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor or Deputy Reeve Northcott is correct. That was the purpose of putting those user cards in, so that the attendants at the transfer sites could identify that somebody was eligible as a county resident to dispose of their garbage there. We do also offer those cards for sale to out-of-county residents, and we have sold those as well. If they're in a location that's a transfer site, one of ours is closer than perhaps their county's transfer site, they can buy a card and then gain access to it. So essentially, Public Works, Solid Waste Management has been administering that and supervising, and generally not allowing people to dispose of waste there without those cards, and that's the whole purpose there. To date, we haven't needed, or they haven't needed to bring in Sergeant Miller and her staff to help enforce that at all. That folks have been very responsive to the use of the cards.
If we get called in to investigate something like that, then we would go in and do it, but it's not something that we would regularly monitor, if that helps you or answers your question.
It sort of answered my question, just I know that there was there was more policies and stuff that was driven and developed, right? I was just wondering if that could just all be eliminated and just have a fine or some sort of implementation to hold non-compliant users accountable for using the transfer sites without having to have, 99.999% or whatever the law-abiding residents are, right? Without the cards, they're still gonna, 99.9% of people follow the rules, regulations, but you're always gonna have the violators, right? But the honest residents are the ones with the cards, in my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you for that, and I see Councillor Melhoff's light is on as well.
Thank you. You mentioned that the major overloads on our bridges, predominantly the James River Bridge, what's the cost associated with patrolling that bridge and the extra, on that extra end when, as opposed to us either doing the upgrade or eliminating that bridge entirely, because that's another level of cost to that bridge.
So for us, it's part of our patrol schedule. Like, we have zones within the county, and it's part of that patrol schedule, and that's when it gets dealt with, is when those officers are in that area patrolling. A lot of times with overloads, it's hit and miss. It's just luck of the draw of where we are and what we see. And when you have a bridge that's restricted, like the James River Bridge, it's pretty easy, because anything that goes over it that is not a passenger vehicle or a small trailer is going to probably weigh more than what that bridge allows. So as far as expense for us, it's just part of our daily routine to monitor all of those restricted bridges, and they're all put into that patrol schedule. So I don't know what the cost of replacing or repairing that bridge would be, but I know how upset the residents would be if that bridge closed, just from people that have talked to us when we've been down there. So other than just continuing doing what we do for that bridge and the other restricted bridges, there's not much that I can put in with regards to how much it's going to cost for us to patrol it. For sure. Because I think it's in millions of dollars to replace it.
Like tens of.
Yeah, so.
Perfect, thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Maybe just for awareness for residents and stuff, well, what are the penalties? Like what are the repercussions for going over that bridge when you're overloaded?
So it goes by 100 kilograms, so it's a fine attributing to the amount of weight you are over the 10,000 kgs. The fines that we've been... It's not me. The fines that we've been implementing on those bridges are based on the weights that they are going over them, and we've had overloads. Like, we had a service rig go over that bridge, and it was like $25,000 charge for that service rig company. So it just depends on how much they're overloaded. Can be anywhere from $1,000 to like whatever, like infinity almost.
Supplemental?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so for every 100 kilograms, what, is there a rate or does it just?
Yeah, there's a rate, I think it's $49.56 per 100 kilograms over, so almost $50. And then it goes up depending on whether they hit that 5,000 threshold. I'd have to have, it's quite extensive list of the fines, so I'd have to actually look, but I can get it for you if you'd like. Yeah,
For awareness for public, so.
yeah.
Thanks.
Well, thank you for that. Councillor Cermak.
What about uncovered loads going down the highway, like garbage being hauled in these transfer sites? Cause I go there and I see people going there, their trucks wide open and the garbage flying out all over in the ditches.
Oh, it is. There is no bylaw with regards to covering like things like gravel trucks and stuff like that. Garbage has to be secured so it doesn't blow or fall off the truck. There is a fine for that, and it's around $400 if they're registered as a passenger vehicle, and then it's upwards of $800 if they're registered commercially. So it all depends on how they're tied down. But if garbage falls off and we can find out who the garbage belongs to, they'll probably end up either getting minimum a littering ticket or a loose load if we can actually have somebody who's witnessed it or we've seen it come off of that vehicle.
Thank
So
you.
there are fines attributed to it.
Did you have another question?
No.
Okay. Any further questions? Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you very much for presenting to us today and for your report. And I think more importantly, thank you for all you do, not only for protecting our infrastructure and creating a safer community, but doing that in a fashion that balances that with a positive image within our community as well. So thank you for that. Looking for a motion to accept today's presentation for information, I believe. Yes, that's what, okay. Deputy Reeve Northcott, any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, if you bear with me for a bit, I have jumped all over the agenda today, so I'm just making sure we're checking off things as we move along. I believe that probably brings us closer to our councillor reports. And I'm going to go to Division 1 because I know she is prepared.
Thank you, Reeve. Last night I sent out my Division 1 report to everybody, just outlining everything that we've done, and for the ease of speeding things up, I like to send it out ahead of time. Some of the big highlights was we did that strategic planning, and we're looking further into the AFRACs, and I really appreciated our public participation seminar that we had with staff. That was great to get a better understanding of how that works, and I've actually really been enjoying all of these orientations and workshops that we've been doing with staff. It helps give a really good rounded picture of everything that they were doing. With MPC, we did a lot of touring, this week. We got to see much of the county, and that's always refreshing to get eyes on a lot of these planning development permits that people are looking for. And I really enjoyed meeting with the Caroline Village and then the Summer Village of Burnstick Lake to do the Regional Emergency Management Advisory Committee inaugural meeting. It was great to see, and all of the work that Christine is doing around CREMA. And Ag Services, as of this evening, we are actually, Councillor Graham and I are heading to a conference for the Ag Services Board, and really looking forward to that. And I wanted to put out a congratulations to the Oliver Holmgren, sorry if I'm butchering the last name there, family, for receiving the 100-year award from Clearwater County. That is fabulous that we have such legacy in our agricultural community. It's great to see. Just a few of the highlights there for you, team.
Okay, any questions for Councillor Melhoff? Well, thank you very much. I'll move to Division 2.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I just kind of have a report here just of the things that we weren't together for. So on the 13th, I went to the Clearwater Community Crime Watch with Councillor Radcliffe. I won't go into detail of that. It was a good meeting, and he'll have things to say, I'm sure, about it. On the 19th, there was, well, you guys were at MPC. I went to the planning orientation with Janine of Brownlee presenting at it in Red Deer, and it was really good. I learned a lot, and I think it would be beneficial moving forward for our municipal development plan and for SDAB and for all of you guys on MPC as well. So if it comes up again, I would highly recommend going to it. It was such an awesome presentation. And ASB, I think Councillor Melhoff touched on most of them. The Century Farm Awards, I just want to encourage anyone who is eligible for them to apply for them. I think that's a super prestigious award to win. And that's everything. Our conference is tonight, starts tonight, and that's all.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Graham? Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
I don't have a lot to report, but I guess just for awareness for residents, there are one thing that I've sort of learned over the last few months here is there are many boards and committees that are linked with Clearwater County, and if residents to have involvement with the community and stuff like that, there's lots of boards and committees to research. Lots I didn't even know that they existed, but that was just sort of one of the things that I've learned in the last few months here is there are many boards and committees, and residents should research them, and lots of them are pretty interesting.
Great, thank you very much. And I'm going to move to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. By the time it gets here, there's not that much left to talk about. As Councillor Graham mentioned, we did go to the Crime Watch meeting, the board meeting, and one of the main topics of discussion was around their upcoming AGM and what sort of program they wanted to put together. There's also a concern, and I think this is common with a lot of organizations, is the aging, graying condition of the members, the volunteers. And there was some discussion around being able to attract younger people to get more involved in their community and take some ownership. And it was great to have Councillor Graham there. She came up with some great ideas to help engage that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Thank you. And I'll move to Councillor Cermak.
I don't have a whole lot to say. I just need to receive some information on the status of the riding arena in the Alhambra area. I understand that years previous that council has put aside money to purchase a riding arena.
I think I'll go across to Mr. Hagan, but my interpretation is that you're probably talking about the ag rec facility that has been kind of an ongoing project in the background for a number of times, and maybe Mr. Hagan has an update on when we might expect a report back on some facilities in the community that might fit the bill.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I know that Matt has been working on that project. Council may recall that it is identified in the 10-year capital plan. There is money in reserve to go towards that, and different possibilities have been explored and are currently being explored, and Matt specifically has asked for information related to that project you referred to help inform council on that ultimate decision. But between COVID and other events, that's delayed the project, but I believe he's currently working on that now. So we'll look towards providing an update to council in the near future on the progress of that.
Thank you for that. And I might also mention that I get numerous calls about that. It is something that is on the hearts and minds of our community as well. So I would certainly encourage that there is an importance, I think, to have that information back before council. I believe there's some decisions that the community is hoping we can work towards, or at least give some certainty one way or the other. Any questions for Councillor Cermak? If not, I'll pass the floor to Division 7.
Thank you. On FCSS, business as usual, we had our first meeting with all the applicants, and I believe we gave, or we assigned over half of the monies that already in the first intake, and we have another intake. So yes, because of COVID and everything, we've made and a decision to only give out 75% of any of the asks in order to ensure that there's other opportunity throughout the year. Rocky Seniors, there again, 22 vacant rooms still available at the Westview Lodge. Watched the Rocky Chamber Luncheon, the Reeve and Mayor gave their updates. Also went to the Rocky Chucks with Councillor Melhoff. And on the 20th, Cape sent an invitation to myself because I am the Cape rep, and Councillor Lougheed. They have what's called a Transportation and Logistics Task Force, that a specific group identifying what was in the past called the Connections Corridor. So there are 9 people on that particular board, 6 municipalities, 2 business reps, a research support and project coordinator, and we meet monthly. And as I just had my quick orientation that last week, I will give updates to council when I can as these meetings progress throughout the year. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Swanson? Thank you very much for your reports. I'll try to touch on a few things. Everybody has done a terrific job of touching on many things here. I'll just add to Councillor Swanson relating to the FCSS. There was an interesting delegation came in from the Caroline Neighborhood Place and presented to the FCSS membership there, and I think it was good to hear from them. I'm just scrolling through my notes and I see that that's been covered. You guys are good, you know, I mean, you cover most everything here. And I think the only other thing I can really report on is 2 things I'll report on. David Thompson Rec Board held their annual general meeting. No flood of people coming through the doors to volunteer there, but it's a strong volunteer base that's there already, and looking for representation from both Arbutus and the Bingley area. They would love to have those representatives on there as well to contribute to the process. The other thing I would encourage people to do, as it comes up on our website, if you didn't see my State of the County presentation on January 18th to the Chamber, I hope to have presented a positive image of where we're going, and certainly was pleased to be able to present along with Deputy Mayor Phillips. And I think ultimately the people that were there seemed to be happy with the presentation. There were not very many questions. So I can look at that both positive and negative, but I'm going to look at it as positive. So that really concludes my report. Most of my time has been taken understanding process, and so hopefully I can use that gain of knowledge to help us in the future. I guess I would be looking for a motion to accept council reports then. Councillor Melhoff, any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's terrific. Also draw your attention to councillor remuneration. Any questions on what is presented there? If not, I would be looking for a motion to accept councillor remuneration as information. Councillor Cermak, any discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. That brings us to correspondence. There's a number of letters in there. I hope you've had a chance to read them. I don't know if there's anything in particular you want to delve into, and perhaps Mr. Hagan has some highlights he would like to bring forward. Other than that, I guess
No highlights in particular.
okay, any questions about any of that correspondence? I guess in that case, I'd be looking for a motion to accept that correspondence. I think Councillor Swanson was first. And any further discussion? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. That brings us to item number 11, and that is notices of motion. Would there be any notices of motion? Seeing none, I'm going to call a recess at this point, just because as we go into the next one, it will take some time. So I want to call a recess at this time for 10 minutes. Welcome back after our recess. It's my understanding we have a delegation attending electronically at 2:30. I would need a motion for that delegation to appear electronically. Looking for that motion. Councillor Swanson was first. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Ray Vlahid. My team has gotten back to me with information in response to Councillor Cermak's question regarding Range Road 6-2 at Township Road 36-0. And apparently that road is scheduled for a gravel road rehab project. So I assume what folks are seeing is some of the preliminary work being done in terms of brushing, getting that road ready for the work that'll be coming.
And Councillor Swanson?
Along those lines, I know in the past we've had a map with our areas with what the road constructions or whatever the projects were going to be in the coming year. I would assume that's coming.
I will follow up on that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Again, looking for that motion then to go into closed session. Councillor Graham was first. I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you very much. That's carried. Welcome back out of our closed session. We will be taking a very short recess. See you back in 5. Welcome back, everyone, after our recess. We have one motion coming out of closed session. Would anybody be willing to make the motion as posted on the screen? Councillor Melhoff? No, that's fine, or should we state it? I'll, go ahead.
Closed session item 12.2, Code of Conduct to the February 8th, 2022 regular council meeting pending receipt of additional information.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the motion. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Brings us to, I believe, the last motion of the day, and that is adjournment. Anybody be willing to make that motion? I'll let Councillor Cermak do it this time. All in favor? Thank you. That's carried and we're adjourned.